First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to Office of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Forest and Environment, and the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal for their hospitality in organizing this historic dialogue. I also personally thank the Nepal Embassy in Abu Dhabi for their efforts in coordinating my visit for this dialogue. This something for addressing climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity could not have come at a more pivotal time in the energy transition. Over 198 countries, including Nepal, committed to the historic COP UAE consensus, which is our collective goal to triple installed renewable capacity and to double energy efficiency by 2030. As a result, ARENA is tasked as a custodian agency for the tracking of the tripling and doubling goal, and we continue to partner with the forthcoming COP presidency on the monitoring of this critical objective. ARENA's latest figure showed that 585 gigawatts of installed renewable capacity was added globally in 2024. This brings total global installed renewable capacity to 4.4 terawatts. While this progress is admirable, we are still not moving at the required scale and speed needed to meet our 11.2 terawatt tripling target by 2030. Moreover, over 85% of capacity addition are geographically concentrated between North America, Europe, and China. The data reflect the urgent need to scale up capacity additions in developing countries to achieve a truly just, inclusive, and equitable global energy transition. Financing and international collaboration play a critical role in achieving a just transition. Our data shows that from now until 2030, we will need to invest over 1.5 trillion of US dollar annually in renewables to stay on track towards the 11.2 terawatt target. At ARENA, we recognize that barriers developing countries face ranging from a lack of critical infrastructure, a lack of coherent policy frameworks, a lack of technical capacity, and difficulties in assessing external financing. To address this barrier, ARENA has supported over 100 members in energy planning, technical assistance, support for the NDCs, and various other forms of support for renewables promotion and adoption. These activities range from capacity building workshop on bankable power purchase agreements, target setting, reviewing energy-related legislation, to conducting power system modeling and solar capacity simulator resource assessment. ARENA also undertakes project facilitation and bankability assessment for its developing country membership in order to accelerate renewable projects on the ground. As a result, the Energy Transition Accelerating Financing Platform, the acronym is ETAF, facilitates donors to access a demand-driven pipeline of eligible, bankable, and business-ready projects in developing countries that align with the Paris Agreement and SDGs 7 and 13. Through ETAF platform, we have been informed by our platform partners, Abu Dhabi Fund for Development is one of them, that Nepal is one of their key priority listed countries for financing public sector projects. I understand that one of our session panelists today is from Nepal Electricity Authority. Afterwards, ARENA would be grateful for your inputs on identifying public sector projects in Nepal which can be potentially financed through Abu Dhabi Fund for Development concession financing or via the ARENA ETAF platform. At ARENA, we understand that actions speak louder than words. to let me highlight a few examples of a strong collaboration with the government of Nepal and the South Asian subcontinent on energy planning and project facilitation activities for renewables. Since 2023, ARENA has engaged with the government of Nepal on our Empowering Lives and Livelihoods initiative, which integrates renewable-based solutions into agri-food value chains through renewable energy assessment and technical workshop. I'm pleased to inform that ARENA published yesterday an official publication covering our initiative's progress with the support of Nepal Alternatives Energy Promotion Center and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. On similar notes, in 2022, ARENA published the report Decentralized Solar Electricity for Agri-Food Value Chains in the Hindu-Kush Himalaya region, in partnership with the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, the ICMOD. Furthermore, under technical support for NDC3, ARENA has been working with the Nepal Statistics Office on data assessment and capacity building pathway to improve domestic energy data collection. And we congratulate the Nepal government for the presentation of the NDC 3.0 yesterday in occasion of this event. Additionally, in the past, ARENA has provided expert inputs to Nepal's submission, and we are grateful to the Ministry of Energy, Water Resource and Irrigation, and the Alternative Energy Promotion Center for their collaboration. We have also launched in the previous year, the Solar City Simulator for Simara Bir-Guni, an industrial corridor in Nepal. For homes and business, the Solar City Simulators provide a means to calculate solar PV potential, annual energy production, annual revenue, payback period, and social and environmental benefits. For municipal authorities, the Solar City Simulator supports assessment of different policy instruments and incentive schemes, such as generation or capital subsidies. Moreover, ARENA is developing a socio-economic econometrics model to explore how renewable energy brings positive impact across various adaptation and resilience measures. The model will analyze the link between energy, environment, and economy to identify the most effective renewable-based adaptation measure. And you will be very pleased to know that Nepal will be our first member for the implementation of the adaptation-based economic model that was also reflected in the NDC 3.0. On a regional level, ARENA signed a memorandum with the South Asia Association of Regional Cooperation at the beginning of this year, aiming to build cooperation on regional renewable energy roadmaps and developing long-term capacity and developing long-term energy scenarios for South Asia. Furthermore, we have facilitated knowledge sharing on bioenergy between Nepal's Alternative Energy Promotion Center and the Department of Renewable Energy in Bhutan. ARENA recognizes how critical the vast continent of Asia is as a whole for achieving our objective to triple installer capacity by 2030. Asia is a continent defined by its large population, vast size, diverse landscape, ranging from landlocked country, regions like Nepal, Bhutan, and Central Asia, to the vast coastal communities regions in Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the rest of South Asia. As a result, ARENA understands the importance of collaborating regionally for greater impact. At COP29, under the leadership of Azerbaijan, we have launched the Accelerated Partnership for Renewable in Central Asia, so-called APRICA, with an accompanying investment forum planned for the first half of the next year. Under a similar model, in October this year, ARENA will launch a regional initiative for renewables in Southeast Asia under the leadership of Singapore, with an accompanying regional investment forum to follow up next year. ARENA's strong collaboration with Nepal and the rest of Asia clearly shows that renewable energy can be harnessed domestically in all countries in various forms. But no renewable sources of energy do not have the same promise, ability, or potential. On some level, I think we can all agree that the world is becoming more volatile and unpredictable. The energy sector is not an exception. Tariff, sanction, conflict, and supply chain disruption have affected global trade in energy, sparkling increasing protectionism in some nations, causing commodity price and energy inequality to rise. Global geopolitical and economic shifts have pushed us for the better to reshape our understanding of energy security. Energy security will now be understood through renewable capacity, and no one understands this better than Nepal. As a landlocked country in the mountainous Himalaya, I commend Nepal's use of hydropower for the majority of its energy needs. So, dear friends, I call on countries to chart their own path toward energy security by increasing the provision of renewables in their national energy mix. Countries should also develop and embrace key growing technologies such as hydropower-based pumped storage, battery storage, green hydrogen, and artificial intelligence, and other innovative solutions to strengthen their own energy system. I'm certain that the dialogue started yesterday and continue during this prestigious gathering will push us one step further toward an accelerated, just, inclusive, and equitable energy transition in Nepal and in the greater continent of Asia, powered by renewable energy. Thank you very much. Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. La Camera. Thank you for your very comprehensive address. Now to setting a scene so that our panelists can really dig that further. If you recall that we are in the era that climate change has become very important aspects. I'd like to start, because since we are talking a lot about climate change, I take a pleasure of seeing IPCC Secretary, Mr. Abdullah Moqsit, sitting in the front row, that IPCC has said very clearly and very openly with the scientific evidence that if we don't act, climate change is going to be problematic, and the energy contributes a significant part of that global catastrophe of the climate change, and complete decarbonization of energy system is needed by the middle of the century, by 2050, and a lot of good things are happening along that. I mean, IPCC has said that we have enough technology to do a lot of things. Of course, we need to do more, and we have to make it happen. So the clean energy future is necessary for us, not only from energy security perspective, but also from climate change, and as I said earlier, SDG, meeting SDG goals, it really across the different spectrum. And also, especially from the recent technological development, which also I think IRENA plays a very important role in bringing those numbers and data, renewable energy is spreading. If you look at the recent statistics, 85.5% of the new capacity addition globally is from renewable electricity. In terms of 85.5% new annual capacity addition is from renewable electricity. Same thing is happening in other sectors. The price of solar PV, concentrated solar, wind, and onshore, offshore wind, also a lot of other renewable energy prices falling. We are at the era that technology is really helping a lot to really push clean energy future. Now, we have a lot of lessons to be learned globally, and especially any clean energy discussion that I want to pose to our panelists touch upon a couple of dimensions. One is a technological dimension, but the other is the policy dimension. And then financing is a very important aspect, because this clean energy technology need to be financed. Then the capacity building remains a very important elements that we need to handle in order to speed up the energy transition, clean energy transition, and the international cooperation sits in the very, very heart of this. Given that situation, first I think I'd like to start a bit with the international experience. If I may, first I'd like to invite Professor Lorenzo. Professor Lorenzo, you excel in energy law, especially regulatory policy. Among the different policy instruments, regulatory policies, of course, together with other economic instruments, are very important. And regulations and policy has been a driving force for clean energy future, what we have seen in many years. So what do we know from international experiences in terms of the policy to really drive the clean energy future? What lessons can we draw for regions like Nepal and mountainous region from the experience of this policy drive in internationally, what's happening around?
Thank you very much for your very challenging question. It's a pleasure to be here to provide my experience and my ideas about what is important from a regulatory perspective. And what I really would like to bring forward with this time that I have at my disposal is that we have to be aware that we see from the international level to the very local level that the gap between what we call legal effectiveness, the ability to cope with legal standards, and then the effect that achieving the legal standard F with solving real-life problem, real-life effectiveness, is increasing over time rather than decreasing, which means that even when we are able to achieve regulatory standard, we may fail to cope with climate change challenge. And to explain what is important to know from a regulatory design perspective so that we can account for them and hopefully we can redress this trend, is that there are several regulatory instruments that are better suited in closing the gap than others. I will make, in the brief time at my disposal, just a very general example based on something that we all know, the Paris Agreement. Look at Article 2. It's used the legislative technique of so-called environmental quality standard. It says the ecosystem Earth will function properly if we are able to keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees, or in any case, well below 2 degrees Celsius. Relatively speaking, that is a very good technique to link real-life effectiveness with legal effectiveness. You see a difference. The 1.5 degree is a static quality standard. Science will evolve, like always the case, and therefore law becomes outdated because there are new insights. So the 1.5 degree probably will be outdated. But we also have the well below 2 degrees, which is a dynamic quality standard. So it will evolve in its possibility for interpretation with the evolution of science, with new insight for the EPCC, for example. And that is fine. That is a better regulatory technique than what you see in Article 3 and following of the Paris Agreement that use so-called emission limit values, the national determinate contribution that each party member pledged in the reduction of greenhouse emissions. These standards usually are inspired by science, but they are the consequence of a political compromise. And by definition, there is more gap between the legal effectiveness and real-life effectiveness. With the growing of the importance of using renewables and specific techniques in achieving these goals, we see then we enter the third category of instruments, technical standards, that are usually then prescribe a specific technique on economic behavior or social behavior to be followed, and they became kind of more progressively static, increases the chance that even when we cope with these standards, eventually we are not able to achieve the goals at the level. We see that in the Netherlands now we stimulated greatly solar powers, and we want to change the system because now our energy grid is saturated with the amount of solar energy, so therefore it's creating disruption in the ability of cope with the balance. But we are stuck into a system that has fostered certain vested powers, those who were invested in solar powers, that fight against the ability to rebalance the regulatory framework accordingly. So my advice will be for everybody, be aware of the lack of the gap between legal effectiveness and real-life effectiveness, the fact that every regular choice that we do, every word we write in the legal text matter, have an impact on the ability of close that gap, and try to then work towards a system that reduces the gap by layering different techniques. I don't have enough time to go into the details, so that you can make your system more adaptive and more capable to increase the chance that you will indeed solve climate change.
Thank you, Professor Lorenzo. I think we'll come back again also for other policy instruments in due course. I think thank you for that very important insights. I'd like to come to Mr. Hitendra Dev Sakya. In energy, I think Mr. Lacamera also mentioned in his keynote speech that he congratulated Nepal for NDC 3.0, which was unveiled just 2 days back. And if you look at that NDC 3.0, you see that Nepal's emission comes from energy a lot. Of course, we have our land use sector is net sink, which helps to drive the emission down. But when I looked at the NDC 3.0, I saw that our emission, including land use change, is around 38 million ton of CO2 equivalent, out of which 25 million comes from energy. And if you really look at the projection for 2035, which was in NDC 3.0, I saw that energy sector's emission in 2035 will be around 37.9 million ton of CO2 emission out of 62 million. And now, if you look at our projection for 2035 in NDC, energy sector is the one which is going to rapidly increase if we don't do anything. Of course, we plan to do. We have a conditional and unconditional target. Now, there also electric vehicle is very important. Electric vehicle, electric cooking, and also electrification in the industrial sector, and also how to handle our other energy mix, bioenergy, biomass, mini-grid, microgrid, microhydro, biogas. All these energy mix are very, very important. And talking about electric vehicles, International Energy Agency released a new report in a Global Outlook of EV 2025 just this week. And according to it, 1 in the 4 vehicles sold last year was electric globally. And Nepal is even fast forward, as you know. In Nepal, more than 75% of the new vehicles sold, 4-wheeler segment, is electric already. So we are much farther in the cups. Now, my question to Hitendra ji is that in that clean energy drive, hydropower development is a backbone for Nepal. But also energy mix is very, very important. And we have a lot of successes in the past, both on hydropower development and also renewable energy. So where our key bottlenecks lies for moving to the clean energy future, and how we can move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sovakar. Good morning and namaste, all distinguished guests and fellow panelists here. I'm coming from a utility background. My organization is responsible for producing, transmitting, transporting, and distributing electricity to about 91% of the households of Nepal, having access to about 95% geographically. There are 6,743 wards, or small units of governance, and out of them, only 300 wards are now out of access. So we have the access to electricity. Now, how can we contribute towards greening already the green energy? I have proposed, and we are working towards that with a fellow institution, Alternative Energy Promotion Center. And this would, at first, sound maybe strange coming from the mouth of a utility chief, that we are proposing to increase the use of biomass, but efficient biomass in the rural households. What I'm trying to drive at is, 2024 energy survey has showed that 80% of our energy use is biomass, and only about 4% is from electricity. But interesting is that in household cooking, about more than 50% is firewood. and more than 44% is LPG, liquid is petrol gas. So this is where, I mean, I thought we can make a different proposition. And what we are trying to do is there's a, clear direction towards electric cooking. But the electric cooking, it occurs in the morning and evening for about 1 hour in an average. Individually, it may be 2 hours or 3 hours, but in an average, it's 1 hour peak in the morning and 1 hour peak in the evening. And that causes demand in the electric infrastructure. I have to build generation capacity, build transmission capacity, and build distribution capacity to that tune. Double of it, but to be used only 2 hours a day. So instead of, and that is caused by, if it is caused by electric cooking, then I should look for alternative. So that's where I was brought into this proposition, where we provide electricity to all these 95% access, where we have access, to pellet and briquette making machines. So this pellets and briquettes, also when burning, they can use some fan electricity, very minimal. So that way, it converts the firewood, traditional firewood, into very efficient pellets. And out of 6,743 wards, we have more than 4,000 which are rural. And so this is the first step where we can really change, bring a change. And the next thing is the electric transport that you have mentioned. Yes, we are right now leading in terms of percentage of new vehicles that are electric. But we should also keep in mind that the roads that are already plying in the road will not come out of the road for some time to come. And almost 100% of the cargo trucks and large buses are still petrol. So the possibility of converting them into electric is something that we are trying to explore. But there are regulatory obstacles, as already Dr. Lorange mentioned. We have been trying to do this since 20 years. And we haven't found a procedure or regulation to allow conversion of electric vehicles. Keeping that note aside, what we are trying to do in NEA is promoting electric vehicles by adopting the electric vehicles first, walk the talk, as you say. So we have a lot of electric vehicles in our organization, but that just is a very small part of the whole transport scenario. So what we do is install charging stations all over the country. So we have about 62. In the beginning, we had them, big charging stations. And now we are promoting the private charging stations. There are more than 700 charging stations. We provide transformer and high voltage, medium voltage, 11 kV, link up to the charging station and provide subsidized cheap electricity to those charging stations. That's the way we promote electric transport. There's still a lot of things to do in the electric transport. These vehicles that we have mentioned are all electric luxury comfort vehicles. They provide good numbers, but in terms of carbon emission, they don't contribute much because they ply so many kilometers in the road per day. So it would only change when the public vehicles and the cargo vehicles are converted to electric. And the economics is still not so favorable when we buy new vehicles there. So for Nepal, country like Nepal, where we don't have any manufacturing base, it makes sense to allow conversions and remove all those regulatory hurdles and plead from this platform again to all those regulators and lawmakers that please make it possible so that we can convert those vehicles into electric or hybrid. So that will bring the emissions down quickly. And the third thing that was mentioned and that we are taking into priority is pump storage projects. That again, of course, I think is quite obvious to all. that with the proliferation of solar power, you need energy storage. Otherwise, it's not going to work. I mean, factories won't stop after sunset. They won't stop working. They need power. Households need power in the evening. So you need battery storage or so pump storage. Nepal has a mountainous background. We are so naturally endowed with high mountains that we can have very lucrative pump storage projects. At the top and bottom, we can make some ponds. And so NEA, Nepal Electricity, has already taken a step to us that we have identified 164 pump storage projects totaling about 60,000 megawatt, and out of which 52 projects were taken out for further study and ranked. Already we have taken 3 licenses, Kulikan Sesn 100 megawatt, 400 megawatt hour, Hulingtar pump station 500 megawatt, 2000 megawatt hour, and Sharpuda pump station 32 megawatt, 1700 megawatt hour. So these projects are being studied in detail, and we are trying to fast track it. And again, in pump storage, there is some regulatory hurdle again. Pump storage projects are required to take license, whereas we are not using this natural resource. We are charging and recharging, charging and discharging. So there should not be any royalties, fees for this, but they are treated as equal with the other projects, and that is hindering pump storage project. So if that could be removed, we can push pump storage project. And pump storage project, it helps the solar, and it also helps our energy balance in the supply side, and supports the ROR, proliferation. The energy mix we have is 40 to 45% ROR, run-of-river projects. So that doesn't have any storage. And 30%, about 30% is pumped, peaking run-of-river projects. So that can be peaked or stored only during winter season. Wet season is all 24 hours, same capacity, and only 20-25% reservoir projects. That's the energy mix. So when we have so much of a run-of-river project, it creates problem to us. We have surplus during the wet season, and it's not constant surplus again that we can sell in India. It's like it's spill energy type of, for 18 hours we have spill, and then 6 hours we can't. We need to have there's energy. So to balance that and to make it flat and make that energy the same electricity, but we want to make it good quality and sell it to India. So for that also we need pump storage project. So pump storage projects help it flatten the supply. And finally, one point I just want to mention here is the micro hydros that we built when our network was not so wide-reaching in Nepal. We built micro hydros in all those rural households, more than 2,000 micros, and more than 2,000 groups of heroes in those local villages. So now they have been set aside because our network has reached there. So that's a tragedy for a local tragedy story. So what we are trying to do is interconnect those micro hydros to our grid network, make it possible, improve some of the infrastructures that might be required to make them connected to the grid. That will enable the local economy, local sustainability, and also help our grid as a local resilience from nature or other disturbances. So, and the final is, in the transmission lines are causing, facing a lot of local resistance, because everybody says not in my backyard. They want the transmission line, but not in my backyard. So how do we promote that? So what we are proposing is that right on the right of way, say, please, you can install solar panels. We will go and take it at your doorstep at the highest price that is possible. And we'll also facilitate the banking, we'll also facilitate all other mechanisms, and your land under the right of way, which would normally be unused, would now be used for solar. So we are now getting the win-win situation. So these are a few steps that we are adopting to green the already green energy. We are 100% green. Of course, we import about 20% energy in the winter, which is coal from India. Indian energy is a little bit dirty, so to say. But we are again exporting the same amount, which is 100% green. So altogether, we can claim that we are net zero. And from next year, we'll be surplus, so we'll be net negative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hitendraji. Thank you for also touching upon some of the major area where clean energy development Nepal is thinking of. Of course, the hydropower remains a very backbone, but also things like micro hydro, things like briquettes, pellets, a number of other things are very important. Also, I do note that Nepal's electricity development plan 2081, which was released sometimes back, aspires to have a 28,500 megawatt, reaching per capita electricity consumption as a 1,500, which we have 400 plus at the moment. So I think the electricity remains a backbone, but you also mentioned that there are some sectors which are we call it hard to abate sectors. For example, trucking. How to make it electric is very tough. How to make some of the industries to electrify is some of the hard to abate sectors. I'm very happy to hear that some of the drives along that line also. We'll take some more question in the next round. I think at some point I want to come to the question of the financing, which is very important to really power the clean energy future. Before that, I would like to invite Professor Achyut Wagle to put his perspective. Professor Wagle, as I said earlier, energy is not only about energy access. Energy is not only about climate change or air pollution. Energy is also for economic growth. So now, you being an economist, and I know that you have been the past advisor to the Prime Minister and also the Nepal's central bank governor also. How is your take on energy playing a central role in Nepal's economic development? Because energy security, as you all of perhaps agree with me, drains a significant amount of our foreign currency and also our trade deficit, balance of payment. There's a lot of implications, and clean energy future really help us with a number of other things. So how do you see energy as a backbone for Nepal's economic development, and in what way we should move ahead, also thinking about economic development and economics?
Thank you, Professor Dakal. I think it is already very axiomatic that clean energy is the future, and energy is sine qua non for any kind of development. I think we know that. And also for last 10 years, our scientific community has given enough data and what we need to do in terms of the climate change. Nepal now has got the very optimistic saga to talk about the clean energy. It is because Nepal opened electricity development for the private sector. It welcomed the private sector investment that many countries are now discussing. We should encourage private sector development to promote green energy production and use. We have at least set some examples of that. But I think 2 or 3 things here. First of all, the electricity consumption in Nepal, which is now said to be about 400 kilowatt hour, is far less than the average electricity consumption for average level of modest level of quality of life. Even for the household consumption, we probably need to quadruple it to provide a good quality living. I see Dr. Khatioda in front of me. His study about 8 years ago on estimated required investment to meet the sustainable development goals, and Paris Climate Agreement was about $18 billion per year. But if you now calculate that, I estimate it should be at least $25 billion by 2030 if we want to meet at least a minimum of the energy needs. The key question is where the investment is going to come from. We may have a long wish list. We know what to do. That is one key question, and then we need to find out the avenues of investment. When we talk about only the public investment, it is not going to happen. Second, we cannot isolate Nepal in any case when you look at the climate-friendly green investment. We have seen the non-fulfillment of the commitments made in right from the COP21 to COP29. There are only the promises from the developed countries who are considered responsible for it. And we are, in Nepal, we are not getting enough investment. Hitanji very rightly talked about the so many projects, dreams. But if the story that by 2050, all the snow from the mountain will disappear, what will happen to the discharge of water in the rivers that we are banking so much, be that the pump storage, run of the river, reservoir waste or not. So the risk assessment side, particularly in the situation like ours, is very limited. What actually happens, it is unpredictable. And if that really happens, unfortunately, I think we are on the very, very risky side of the investment. And if you look at the financial security of the investors through insurance and reinsurance packages, I think we need to reinvent the entire mechanism of investment in the green energy. So if you look at our very dire need of systematic urbanization, industrialization, which is very limited. Like our manufacturing sector now only contributes to 4% of it. You talked about the reducing trade deficit. We have got only two alternatives. Either we have to be able to produce the goods that at least substitutes the imports, if not able to export, and another is exporting energy itself, which has started in a symbolic way. But why I am mentioning about these four things, the quality of life, possibly green infrastructure, urbanization, and industrialization, our energy need ourselves, the demand for energy is going to be exponentially high compared to what we are computing at the back of envelope at present. So what I'm saying is that energy need within the country is very huge. Having said that, I don't want to preclude the possibility of exporting electricity and somehow offsetting the pressure on our imports, on our import bills. But we also, in a very sensitive geopolitical locations, to export energy to one neighbor, the investment of other neighbor is probably not accepted. It is not explicitly said, but that kind of hit we are feeling when it talks about the energy trade within the region. Yes, we have already seen that the global governance on climate change is at least, if not collapsed, at least taken a back seat with the rise of the climate skeptic superpowers and withdrawing from the international arrangements. So even in the regional level, we are in a different state of geopolitics, being between two large, powerful neighbors and their competition for regional influence. Beyond economics, I would say, we also need to manage that, which is very tricky but extremely critical. Finally, in this round, what I would like to emphasize is we probably need to come out of some of the stories we are told for long, like we can invest in clean energy by selling carbon. I think that is, for me, I've said that in many forums that the carbon trading, the carbon footprint calculation formula is not made by a country like ours. The pricing is not set by us. Nobody can say what is the appropriate, reasonable pricing of per ton of carbon to be sold. the carbon market that was discussed in many of the COPs, including COP29, that is not there credibly. And the worst thing of all is the very idea of trading carbon is very indirectly allowing the developed countries to continue pollute. You produce as much as you want for your people, for your economy. You emit carbon, but we'll buy it. So it is this mechanism is not going to work, and unless there is a behavior change of the government in the developed countries, unless they are not willing, how would I say that? If they are not willing to change their consumption pattern in vehicles, in air conditioners, in flying. We said we have got heavy trucks and buses. But what about the aeroplanes? When do we think we will be able to replace fossil fuel to fly aeroplanes? And there are already 1 million aeroplanes ordered to be delivered by 2040, and they will be flying in our skies for at least 2060, and then they are not going to be replaced anyway. They are not going to be flying by the clean energy. The fossil fuel, same applies with the huge ships. So I think the small tokenism and small scale efforts are not going to drastically differ the scenario towards the positive outcome. If all the snow is going to disappear from our Himalayas, probably Nepal's contribution to that bad fate is very little. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Wagle. Thank you for making several points very clear. I think we have to be very careful on how we do our own clean energy development aspirations, because there are multiple angles through which this has to be played. Where the economics remains very, very important. Especially, you also touched upon in the beginning role for the private sector, and I think at some point I'd like to also come back to that question, maybe the role of the private sector. We have a lot of colleagues here in the room from IPPs, and also a lot of drive in Nepal to really push forward the private sector in the renewable energy business. So maybe that also important angle, maybe we can pick at some point. Let me invite to Dr. Aditi Mukherjee. Dr. Aditi Mukherjee, Nepal is not very new to you. I know that you have lived in Nepal in the past, although you are now a CGIAR in Nairobi. And also, I'm quite aware of the fact that you work a lot about agriculture sector and the energy, and the cross interconnections between how energy and other SDGs are linked, and also for the fact that in order for the clean energy revolution, communities should be in the center, and the benefit sharing for any clean energy issue is very, very important. So I'm hoping that you'll put your strong perspective in some of these issues.
Thank you, Dr. Dhakal, and thank you to the organizers for having me in this meeting. I represent an organization called the CGIAR. CGIAR, for those of you who don't know, is the world's largest publicly funded research and innovation organization working in the field of agriculture. We are present in over 80 countries, and we work on the entire agricultural value chain. Within the CG, I manage the climate portfolio. So obviously, a lot of my interventions are around agri-food systems and the need for energy transition in the agri-food system. Our keynote speaker did mention the agri-food system at the beginning, but we did not hear a lot after that. So let me first begin by saying that while we pay a lot of attention to renewable energy in transport, in industry, in domestic, and obviously in energy, those are very important, but it's important to remember that the agri-food system emits 1/3 of the global greenhouse gas emissions, of which a lot of it is non-CO2, a lot of it is methane and nitrous oxide, etc. But the fastest growing part of it, according to IPCC, and I was an IPCC author in the last cycle, according to the IPCC, the fastest growing part of the emission in the agri-food sector actually comes from the use of energy in food production. That could be in the pre-production stage or it could be during production. For example, irrigation in our region is a big consumer of electricity, but also electricity is needed in the post-consumption. So agri-food system remains very important. As Dr. Dhakal also mentioned, I have worked here in EC mode. I used to manage the water and air theme in EC mode a few years ago. And then some of the work I have done as a part of International Water Management Institute, which is also a CG body. So I would try to make 3 or 4 points and use concrete examples from Nepal to demonstrate them. So having laid out the importance of agri-food sector and how energy use in agri-food sector is increasing, and yesterday we had heard the need for bringing back youth into agri-food sector, back into agriculture. One of the sessions was very much about how do we encourage youth. And unless agriculture becomes profitable, youth will not come back. And there is no agriculture out there which has been profitable without, say, irrigation or use of water. So basically, energy use in agriculture remains important. So the 3 points I want to make is the absolute centrality of means of implementation. The language that we use in COPs and others, the means of implementation has 3 components. Finance, we heard some things about finance. The other is around technology and technology transfer and capacity building. So some of the work that we have been doing at EC mode as well as the CGIAR centers around irrigation pumps, say in the Tarai. Tarai is the food basket of Nepal, right? And there are 100,000 irrigation pumps, which most of them are using diesel, though increasingly there's much more electrification, as Dr. Sakya rightly mentioned. And we have been closely working with AEPC, and the ED of AEPC is here. And as some 5,000 solar pumps were installed in Tarai, and we did a number of studies which are all published in journals. They show that farmers who had access to solar irrigation pumps actually grew a more diversified body of crop. They had more income and all of that. But then 2 things happened. One is the grid got extended, very much like the microgrid example, which meant that these standalone solar pumps are not so much used anymore. So their technology became a constraint. Can those solar pumps be connected back to the grid so that farmers, when they are not using their pumps, can sell electricity back to the grid and get decent income? So that's kind of a technology issue. The other issue we found was around capacity. So there are, I mean, every nook and cranny of rural Nepal, or for that matter, India and Bangladesh, you would find hundreds of diesel pump repair agents. But you will not find anybody who are capable of repairing these solar panels. So some of the work around capacity building, how do we ensure that the labor force who are already engaged in repairing those pumps can be used in repairing solar pumps? So the capacity angle is very important. On the finance part, obviously in Nepal, the good thing that happened was a lot of the municipalities used their own funds to fund these solar pumps, but that's not necessarily what's happening in the region. The farmers at the end of the day are having to pay astronomical sums for installing solar pumps when the climate change problem was not their own making. The final point I want to make in this is the absolute importance of just transition. Justice has to be at the heart of this energy transition that we are talking about. Those who have contributed the least must not be the ones who are at the receiving end. So there are some of the work that we have done in the hydropower, and Nepal again has excellent examples of benefit sharing. We did a study at EC mode looking at the benefit sharing in hydropower across the whole Hindu Kush Himalayas, and actually Nepal came out with some of the strongest examples. There are examples of royalty sharing with the rural communities. There are examples of equity where a rural community actually got a share in the hydropower. So that are some of the really good examples of how you can incorporate communities in this just transition. So I would like to finish my intervention for this round by talking about the importance again of means of implementation, finance, capacity building, and technology transfer, and keep the communities at the heart of this energy transition. It's not about technology alone. It's about how the communities interact with those renewable technologies and how they are benefiting. So back to you, Dr. Dhakal.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. I think that's very, very important. I think what we do, why we develop energy is for humans, each for us, for the community. So I think that those are very, very important aspects. I am realizing that I'm not that great moderator in terms of time, as I'm looking at the screen that 25 minutes have left, and I think the beautiful lady on the blue sari is already indicating me that I have 25 minutes left. So I think I'll come back to the panelists again. But I don't want you to forget our audience. So before I come to the second round from the panelists, I want to take one or two questions on the floor. Then I think I'll come back to the 3 questions back to our panelists. The first is a bit of a financing issue from clean energy. Second is on maybe role for private sector. And the other is international cooperation. So 3 points I want to come back in the next round. But before that, we don't want to run over time, so I want to take a few interventions from the floor. I already see Honorable Member of Parliament. Please. Yes. Can we have a microphone?
Good morning. Namaste to all of you. It's a very good time listening to you and gaining more and more knowledge. Insights from you. Nepal aims to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2050. And the current yesterday, the new NDC 3 also declared that in 2030, we'll have 14,031 megawatt. And by 2045, we'll have 28,500 megawatt production of hydropower in Nepal. And also it mentioned that industry will be transformed. There will be transformative change in the industries by giving more and more electricity. That means in future, Nepal's industries will be converted to electrified industry. So it looks like an ambitious dream, but we also need support from internationally to support Nepal to bring it into the mainstream to accomplish our ambitious dream. It will help also not only Nepal, for all over the countries in the world, and it needs a bit transition period, as Dr. Aditi also mentioned. Just transition is very necessary. And we need for that finance, which is very lacked in our country. And also our needs to be achieved, our SDGs goals like 8, 9, 10, 11 is completely mentioned about economic growth. So we have to we have to accelerate our economic growth, which is very must for Nepal, and we lacked industries development in Nepal. And also SDG 11 mentioned here, reduce inequalities. So how to reduce inequalities? So this, I would like to mention here that transition period is need for Nepal, because developed countries are already developed by industry. So Nepal, we need to have improvement in our industry development. So we need more transition period while we are looking forward for future totally 100% renewable energy in 2050. So as I listened to as I listened to Mr. Hitendra, he mentioned here about stories. So I would like to ask here that what are the most promising sources of clean energy today? I believe solar and wind came into the first, and then hydro, because there are some little bit problem in the river side with the hydro. But which one will be the more reliable for all, possible for all? And the main point that I would like to listen to you in the bullet point answers, that what policies and role does industry, what policies and role does energy storage play in clean energy adoption? That if we can put storage of energy, then we can share it to regional level and Asia Pacific cooperation as well, because as I am member of Standing Committee on Sustainable Development of Interparliamentary Union, so we can put forward these messages there also. So I would like to listen to you, your key point notes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll take a few questions, then we'll come back. I'll try to balance. Okay, I'll take one from here. So, yes, please. May I request to make your interventions very short? We have only 20 minutes left total.
My question is for Mr. Hatindra Dev. You talked about regulatory roadblocks, and we also know that Nepal has committed to become carbon neutral by 2045. So I'd like to know from you, what are these key roadblocks that you face, and why would the government place roadblocks in its own commitment towards moving to keep its commitment to the NDC?
Thank you so much. So I'll take one from the extreme. I'm trying to do a geographical balance here. So we have a colleague there on the corner. So may I invite your very short interventions?
So, thank you so much. That was brilliant. My name is Niklas Hellström. I've been associated with colleagues from LDCs in Africa on a couple of initiatives led by Yuba Sokona, the former vice chair of IPCC, and others. And it really has been working around the idea of South-South collaboration, of seeing the way forward for Nepal and many other countries to come together and under the purview of this work, an LDC Renewable Energy Initiative was formed some years ago that I invite you to explore and take a look at. And we've also done some work on just transition in Africa. And I think that the key point here is really to say, as you said here too, there is a scope for a really radically different model of energy. And it can really cater to well-being, of course, and a mushrooming of bottom-up initiatives that interconnect and have also diversified ownership. And driven by public interest. So there's a lot of very important things here. But one thing that also was said already in the panel, seeing energy not just as a lever for climate, of course, and development, but also as a way to break dependencies and trade deficits and so on. So the idea of actually having a long-term planning horizon to 100% renewable energy that caters to all the needs, a quadruple of demand or whatever, but also to create the conditions for manufacturing and controlling the technologies in the South. But that can't be done country by country. It needs South-South collaboration. So I'd be keen to hear reflections from the great panel on the scope for really forward-looking, assertive South-South collaboration, especially in this very fraught geopolitical context we're in now. And many countries in the global south sit on all the resources, the critical minerals, the sun, the wind. So there's immense scope for that.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think we'll come back to that question of international cooperation, South-South cooperation, LDC support. Maybe I hope that we can take it. So maybe I'll take one question from the center. So, okay.
Hi, my name is Navoch. I have a very simple question. Nepal seems to be at a very interesting place, given that there is clean water, there is biomass, there is a lot of sporadic but yet availability of wind, good quality wind that is available, sporadic but available still, and solar. Have you thought about hydrogen? And is this something that has been thought about? Is there some work that has happened there? Because it solves the problem of storage. It solves the problem of clean, green. It also solves the problem of being able to not do any other interventions beyond what is already happening and yet make energy happen.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I want to come back to our panelists. Before I come back to the panelists, I'm a little bit biased being an IPCC author for several cycles. So I see Mr. Abdullah Moqsit. Do you want to say a word about IPCC and clean energy? Any Any 1 minute in the microphone is behind you.
Thank you very much, Professor. But I was not prepared to be frank. This is second time. But let me highlight something which is really important for IPCC, and I think ADC made it clear, because IPCC is not doing research. IPCC is assessing research. And IPCC working with cycle. That means our are coming for 6 cycle, because now we are starting 7th cycle. But I really liked your intervention all, but also the one from ADC, that I think 6th cycle of IPCC was a cycle-oriented, solution-oriented. And any information, any option provided by IPCC in 6th cycle give a set of solution to any country, anywhere in the world, to be implemented. But IPCC is not dictating. IPCC is proposing. And it is for the country, for the local region, to adopt a solution in their context. And what was proposed here in Nepal, I want to highlight what you said. We have many success stories here. And we have a test bed of solutions that can be shared everywhere in the world. Thank you very much. And thank you to catch me once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like now come back to our panelists. We have 15 minutes. So I would like to hear your view on, I think what we said is that clean energy is very important. It has multiple dimensions. We need to do a lot of things. But also I heard you saying that small incremental changes are not enough for us, because our requirements are much bigger, our aspirations are much bigger. So we need to have transformative change. Incremental change is not enough. So now, in order to have that transformative change, what are the most important elements that you see for that scaling up transformative change? Just one or two, just maybe one or maximum 2 points very quickly. From the dimensions that you have addressed, in your first cycle of talk. So maybe again, I'll start from this side. Maybe Mr. Hitenderji. Yeah.
So should I answer the questions or?
Yeah. So I think there are also 3 questions, especially role of hydrogen, and also regulatory roadblocks and the storage. So yeah, you may also answer that.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Suvakar. You mentioned transformative big changes, but I'm a believer of small things. Small is beautiful, and that's where I was proposing the pellets machines and converting electric to electric vehicles and pump storage in place of reservoir storages. So they are all, attacking the small, and that will go on to make a big change. So having said that, and answering the question from Honourable Member of Parliament about the storage facilities and facilitating the industry's electrification, again, I think the solution is not big storage projects. It is an ongoing project. Each storage project takes, in our experience, more than 15 years. And we have only one project is under construction, Tanahu, and all others are in the drawing board. So I don't know when these storage projects are going to come. I can't wait for them. So what is my solution? My solution is pump storage project and battery storage. So we have already proposed to the government, it is in the budget declaration, that there will be battery storages, and NEA is also going to take loans for battery storage in the industrial cities, 100 megawatt hour battery storage in each of those cities. So that is the solution. And to electrify the industries, they need reliable energy, reliable electricity. Yesterday, very sorry to say, we had an interruption many times in the evening because we have a very weak link. One link goes and the system goes. So that means the transmission network is very weak. So there also we are looking for private sector involvement, and the question of regulatory change is required here, and how to involve the private sector in the transmission network. because we have lack of finance. NEA is facing that lack of finance issue, so involving private sector. So we need transmission charges, wheeling charges, regulations for that, open access, regulation, all these things are required. Yes, the government is trying right now, they are in the right track, but it's still lacking right now. And in the trade sector also, the private sector coming in the power trade, especially will help, dealing with our large neighbor India. So the private sector to private sector is all, is no big neighbor, small neighbor. It's private business to private business. So I believe it helps in improving the trade environment. And yeah, in the transport also we need a lot of regulatory breakthroughs, as I said earlier. So all these small things go on to make a big change, I think.
I definitely agree with you that the small things doesn't mean that it can't be, it's not incremental. Basically, small things really makes a big effect. Thank you. I'll come to Professor Lorenzo.
May I add a couple of remarks based on the same question, basically, because it was also mentioned the importance of the just transition. And some lessons that we have learned, for example, in stimulating the win-win situation with the solar panels to avoid the not in my backyard mentality are very, very important and can be functional, but we always have to think also with the subsidies, for example, for electric vehicles, that usually this kind of measure will first and foremost benefit some group of society. So it's very important in thinking when designing these kind of schemes, also some kind of public funds, for example, a part of the revenue that could come from selling the solar energy to the grid should actually be put on a public fund to also help those groups of society which are not able to benefit from the first movers benefits that will be given to incentivize renewable energy vehicles or the further development of a renewable system. And so to avoid what we are now experiencing, for example, in the Netherlands, that there is a group of society that feels really left over and now they are bringing forward concern through representative democracy, therefore voting political parties that are slowing down the move towards a more renewable system altogether. So this element of just transition should be a red line throughout the various regulatory reform and system, and both focusing on financial and more hard law approaches that could help moving up the reforms also more quickly.
Thank you, Professor Lorenzo. I think that also goes back to the question I think some other colleagues also raised about the just transition. Professor Wagle.
I think time is running out. I'll touch upon 2 or 3 things. I think key is, of course, money. And how can we source it? So there's no question about that. We may talk anything from clean energy to adaptation to... So we probably need to, even we talk about South-South cooperation, we probably need to redesign the investment pattern, investment institutions, investment instrument, and prioritizing where we will be investing. I already mentioned about the role of the private sector, maybe the blended finance, public PPP, public-private partnerships. And among the partnership of the local governments in context of Nepal, they are resourceful. One question raised about hydrogen. I belong to Kathmandu University. At the laboratory level, we are generating hydrogen. We are producing hydrogen. We have got the refueling station. We also have got model vehicles. But again, the question of investment comes, and then to scale it up at the commercial level and to take it to the market, one critical aspect that it should be a government policy. They should recognize the research outcome of the academic and research institutions. Also the market potential, the study that has been done. So to translate that hydrogen ambition in Nepal, we need policy. We have drafted one in collaboration with the government, but we need to implement it. One biggest advantage is that we can produce green hydrogen. We are talking about a lot of a lot of hydropower production, but exports. But I think if we can use that produced hydropower and use that produced hydropower to produce hydrogen, and instead of exporting electricity directly and export hydrogen, that is more cost efficient, I guess, and even for the private sector, it could be more profit oriented, profit making proposition. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wagle. Definitely, hydrogen is of interest. I think, especially for some hard-to-abate sectors in industry. So a lot of potential could be there, and I'm very happy to hear that Kathmandu University is doing a lot of technical studies around it. Dr. Mukherjee.
Yes, I want to come back to the issue of South-South collaboration, and actually on the overall issue of collaboration. Paris Agreement is very clear that the responsibility, the CBDR is enshrined principle. So there is a responsibility of the countries that have caused climate change to actually help the countries which haven't caused climate change to transition to clean energy. I think we need to hold that commitment, that accountability has to be there. But then also there is something to be said about regional cooperation. I remember, and there's lots of studies being done, our region happens to be the least integrated in terms of market integration, in terms of all kinds of integration, right? I mean, South Africa, Europe, all of them have countrywide transboundary grids. And here I think a lot of the studies are showing that there is a lot of complementarity, both in terms of timing of demand for electricity, production, as well as the energy mix. So I remember ADB used to have a proposal, maybe it's some form of working of BBIN, connecting the 4 countries, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, through these grids. So I think I just want to emphasize international collaboration that is holding those accountable, and also the huge potential that our region has, and for all kinds of geopolitical reasons we are not able to harness those potential. So, and obviously with those kind of collaboration also comes a lot of technical expertise. For example, in the agri-food sector that I talked about, India currently has over 300,000 solar irrigation pumps across the country. I mean, of course, we have around 20 million irrigation pumps, of which only 300,000 are solarized, but lots of lessons from what works. Like standalone solar pumps don't work. They only work if they're grid connected, and farmers can actually earn money by selling electricity to the grid. So those kind of technical lessons can also be learned, and therefore the role of research, as Professor you were saying, that how do those research findings come into the policy making?
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. In next few minutes, I could not let go our keynote speaker. Usually we don't ask questions to keynote speaker, but there is a lot of question about money. When I look at our NDC 3.0 unveiled 2 days back, I have a number that Nepal is looking for 73.74 billion US dollar between 2025 and 2035. That means on average that comes up to about $7 billion a year to implement NDC. And more interesting, out of that $73.74 billion, $65 billion is needed in energy sector. So do you have a solution how Nepal can get that money?
Brilliant. One solution is ready, perhaps not for all the money that is needed, but yesterday also I had the pleasure to meet the minister. We have this ETAF platform that is working. So my call to you, and as I did yesterday with the minister, present project to us, and we will try to facilitate the funding. It could be private or public projects, partnership between private and public, but we are really ready to support this initiative. One thing that I wish to say in 1 minute, one that you have called to the Secretary of IPPC, when we talk about the triple renewable energy, the 11.2 terawatts by 2030, it's just the translation that we did at ARENA with our modeling on the call of the IPCC to keep to reduce the 43% reduction of CO2 emission by 2030. So just to make clear that all our numbers are just a translation in measurable targets of what the IPCC provides us as a science.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. La Camera. Thank you very much. So we are at the end of our session. I think I'll not dare to summarize such a rich discussion. I think the clean energy is very, very fundamental, not globally, but for Nepal also. And I think we heard about the different technological aspect, capacity building aspect, financing aspect, community aspect, benefit sharing aspect, and I think our aspiration to lead global clean energy drive, and also in Nepal, I think we need to do a lot of things together through the international cooperation, financing, technology transfer. Some of the international initiatives are very important for Nepal and this region, and definitely we have to do on our own in our countries also. I think with that, I think I'd like to end the session and return the session back to you, back to our MC.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dhakal. I really appreciate that we've been able to finish the panel right on time. And I would not like to take a lot of your time either. So we've finally come to the end of our session, and thank you so much, distinguished panel members, keynote speaker, and our moderator for giving us valuable insights in this session. For the ending of this session, I would like to request Honorable Sunita Boral, Member of Parliament, to kindly come up the stage to hand over our token of appreciation to our panel members, keynote speaker, and our moderator. Thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to request our keynote speaker, Dr. Camara, to kindly step forward. Thank you so much. Secondly, I would like to request our moderator, Dr. Dhakal, to step forward. Thank you. I'd also like to request Mr. Hitendra Dev Shakya to kindly step forward. Thank you so much. Moving on, I would like to request Dr. Lorenzo to kindly step forward. Thank you. Next, I would like to move on, request Dr. Wagle to step forward. Last, I would like to request Dr. Aditi Mukherjee to kindly step forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Sunita Boral. Also, I'd like to request all of our panel members, moderator, keynote speaker, and also Honorable Sunita Boral to kindly again step back to the stage so that we can take a group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for your invaluable insights and your time. We'll come back again at 10:45 for our next session. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I request you to kindly remain seated. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I am Bishranti Wagle, and I will be your host for this parallel session, session number 7. The title of this session is Mountain Risk Assessment and Monitoring. To set the stage, it is my honor to introduce our distinguished moderator, Professor Vishnu Prasad Pandey. Professor Pandey is a professor at the Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University. You can scan the QR code on the next slide on the screen. Okay, well, the slide will come next in a few minutes. Oh, okay, yeah, it's over there. You can scan that QR code to learn more about him and the panelists that will be joining this panel today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Vishnu Prasad Pandey.
Thank you, Bishranti. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to our session. Since yesterday, we have heard many things about climate change risks and to the mountains and subsequent impact on societies, ecosystems, and economies. Also, the monitoring of the risk is an important, or hazard and risks are important things for designing any solutions. But our mountain systems are quite complex, which aids for the risks or for the challenge for understanding the risks. Let's try to see how complex our mountain system is in a video that will be displayed shortly. Because looking is more believing than talking, right?
हिमताल फुटेर चाहिँ थामे गाउँलाई चाहिँ दोस्ती बनायो ठुलो क्षति भयो अहिलेको गाउँको बस्ती त छैन त्यहाँ न
हाम्रो प्रत्येक पदमार्गहरू हाम्रो मोटरको पुल अनि हाम्रो कतिपय खानेपानीको संरचनाहरू क्षति भएको छ
पानी परेपछि ताल फुटिसकेपछि त्यो भ्रेमाछान भन्ने ठाउँबाट एकदमै ठुलो पहिरो आयो त्यो माथिल्लो भेगमा मानवीय क्षति पनि भयो त्यहाँका त धेरै संरचनाहरू बगाए हामीले सूचना र सञ्चार भएको कारणले मेलम्ची नगरपालिकामा चाहिँ मानवीय क्षति भएन मेलम्ची नगरपालिकाको मात्र त 57 अरब चाहिँ बाढीले क्षति गरेको छ
the Kush Himalaya region is facing increasing human and economic risk due to more frequent severe mountain hazard. Yet, many communities still lack the data, tools, training, and financing needed to manage these growing threats. ADB is prioritizing investment in resilient infrastructure, early warning system, and regional knowledge sharing. By learning what has worked in similar contexts, we're supporting Nepal and neighboring countries better prepare and respond to the uncertainties of future disasters.
इन्दोपुस हिमालय रेन्जलाई बचाउनको लागि यसमा रहेका हामी सबै देशहरूले आपसमा सहकार्य गरेर साझेदारी गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था छ।
Thank you. We saw that how complex our mountains are. We also saw examples of the Thame flood that we recently had and 2021 Melamchi flood and associated multiple types of hazards and compounding and cascading risks in our mountain systems. Though we have complexities, we have growing body of knowledge as well. We also have tools, methods, and technologies available. And like from the ADB video, we saw that the investments are required. But to inform the investment, we need science, we need concrete methods, tools, and convincing outcomes, convincing evidence. For that, we have highly distinguished expert with us, distinguished expert Professor Rajiv Shah, who is a professor at the Kyoto University in Japan, and he has a very distinguished profile. He's also leading a journal as a editor-in-chief, Progress in Disasters, and he has more than 400 publications in the fields that we are talking about. Without further ado, please join with me in welcoming Professor Rajiv Shah for a keynote.
Thank you very much, Vishnuji, and a very good morning to all of you. It's an honor and privilege to be here, and my sincere appreciation to the government of Nepal, ADB, and all other the co-organizers of this particular session. Can I have my slides, please? Well, today what I will be talking mostly a little bit of my reflection on this very important topic, which is mountain risk assessment and monitoring. But let me put a little bit on this context of this, how this whole global risk landscape, which is becoming very complex. You will be seeing in the slide lots of affiliations. Well, my main affiliation is with Keio University. That's where I get my salary. And there are other things. The reason actually I'm showing this one, just to give you a background, because it will be related to what I'm talking with. I have, of course, a few academia hats, but I also was privileged to be the IPCC 6th Assessment Report CLA for Asia. And also I am the co-chair of the Science Technology Advisory Group in the UNDRA. So I try to look at both the adaptation as well as the disaster risk reduction. So that's what we try to do in the science policy interface. And we established a few startups, like 3 startups actually, based in Delhi in India. And that's where I try to learn. I don't say that I do the innovation. I try to learn from the young minds who does actually lots of innovation. But I always say that all the work which I have been doing last 25, 28 years or so is very much rooted, is the last one, which is these grassroots actions. Because ultimately it's the people and the communities in the, whether you talk it in the mountain, in the plain, in the coastal area, and they are possibly the main sources of all the informations and the learning. So that's what my main learning actually comes from. This is actually like a sort of executive summary of what I'm trying to talk about. You see that this photo on the right-hand side, this was the photo which I took last time when I came to Nepal, beautiful mountain views. On the left-hand side, that is the photo of Mount Fuji in Japan. And that's like from my own campus. Every day in a clear day, we used to see the Mount Fuji. And on the right-hand side is a small mountain range in the central Japan, where I spend actually quite a bit of significant time in a relaxing way. So yes, mountain is parts of our life, our culture, our many food habits or whatever we do. I will be talking on these 5 specific contexts. One is this emerging and complex risk landscape, then these digital divide issues, and then demographic changes, urban-rural linkage, and the changing technological regime. I don't dare to put any solutions, and that's why I made this particular word, this what we call the adaptive approaches, because solutions today are no more solutions tomorrow. And we have to always changing our, like, the approaches in a more adaptive way in this whole global risk landscape. And a few adaptive approaches in these 3 pillars, what I say is the GATE, which is the governance, education, and technology. Many of you possibly are aware about this particular report, which is the Global Risk Landscape, the Global Risk Outlook report from the World Economic Forum. Every year in January in Davos, in the Davos meeting, they actually publish this one. So when I say 2020 is the analysis of the previous year's report. So you will be seeing that, I won't go into the detail of this, but you will be seeing that there are lots of new risks which are arising over the last 3-4 years. Yes, we had COVID-19, so infectious disease was a major thing. But in fact, it's not just the infectious disease. Due to COVID, we had this very strong digital power concentration or the digital divide. We have been very fortunate to be in the good digital environment. I know that part of this particular session is also broadcasted in the online, but not the whole world is equally connected digitally. Even in Japan, which is supposed to be one of the technologically advanced country, we have a very strong digital divide as per the age group. As you know, that in Japan we have a very strong aging population. Like the places where I work in the small, medium-sized cities in the mountains, there are, I once actually asked a person, he was the community leader, I asked him that what is the percentage of aging population in your community, and he looked at me like this, he said, Sensei. Sensei means professor. What are you asking? I am 73 and I am the youngest in my community. And that was back in 2007. 2007, 73-year-old in the community is the youngest leader. So now that person has become almost 85 or 90-year-old. So if you ask them that, okay, we have all the information, the early warning system in the mobile phone, it's just impossible for them actually to look at that. So the digital divide is actually a major concern. And also what we are seeing in the last few years, at least a couple of years, this AI-driven mis and disinformation. This is again a classic example. Like last year in 2024, we had a major earthquake in Japan on 1st of January. That is, we call the Noto Peninsula earthquake. After that, what you are seeing here, that particular screen, January 1, 2, 3, these 3 days, we had 370,000 tweets and retweets, which talks about that this earthquake was generated due to a nuclear explosion in North Korea. And people just retweeted it. So some is misinformation, but since this is a sensational sort of information, people just retweeted this one without understanding it. So that was the disinformation. And people also intentionally did it in many cases. And that it went in such a level that time the Japanese Prime Minister Kishida, he had to make a press conference to tell with one of my very good friends from Kyoto University, my previous university, who is a seismologist, to tell that this is purely an tectonic movement and there is nothing to do with this type of it's nothing to do with the nuclear sort of testing. So what I'm telling again, why I'm telling this one, that we live in a very complex global risk landscape. It's not that the simple thing 20 years back or 30 years back that we solve a problem here. This mis and disinformation is really becoming a major challenge and we need to be very, very careful. And this whole risk landscape is becoming quite important, interconnected, systemic, and complex. So, but in all these things, like if you see the 10 years or the little bit of longer term perspective, then again, like this whole, environmental risk always becomes very major challenge. Digital divide, yes. For last 20 plus years, we have progressed quite a bit on different levels of internet penetration. But this particular graph shows that the urban-rural divide of this 20 to 25%, that still remains a major challenge. So again, the inclusivity means we talk very nicely that no one should be left behind, but in reality, it needs lots of investment. It's like the digital infrastructure is a major, major challenge in many of the developing countries, and most of our information is now going to digital, so this digital divide is a major issue. Demographic changes, and this is very interesting paper actually recently I found, that if you look at, even in Himalaya, this is very specifically on the Himalayas, like if you look at the major challenges in the central Himalaya, yes, central Himalaya, the policy is a major challenge, and also on the left-hand side, the livelihood opportunity. But if you go to a little bit western Himalaya, the monitoring mechanism, how you actually monitor whether it has been actually placed in place, that becomes one of the major challenge. And in some cases, the early warning system also major challenges. So again, my point of showing this one is that we talk about Himalaya, Hindu Kush as one set, but there are lots of local issues, the local challenges, the local demographics, the local diversity. So it's not just one solution fits for the whole Himalayan region. We need to really understand this localization and these diversity issues and so on. Urban-rural linkage, I think some of the sessions are also following, talking about this. You know, in IPCC, we are talking about the cities and climate change, the special report. In my, in our last year, the IPCC sixth assessment report in Asia, we have been actually focusing this as one of the major governance issue or the governance tool. Because again, we cannot solve the problem in the urban region if we are not talking about a resilient rural places. And this particular connectivity, whether it is food, energy, water, all these different types of resources are very important. And this technological regime change, in Japan, we call this society 5.0. Some of you possibly are aware about that. Why 5.0 is 1.0 when we were doing the hunting, 2.0 agriculture, 3.0 the industry, 4.0 is information, is the society where we now live, but 5.0 is a futuristic technology-driven society. We did a couple of books on this one, especially on the disaster regime. It's very nice to talk about. It's very nice to write a book or book chapter, or very good to show it in the PowerPoint. But it's a very complex issue. It needs very strong governance mechanism. It needs lots of mindset changes. It needs lots of innovations and so on. So it's a very complex, it's a learning by doing type of thing. But this technology regime is very, very important. So as part of adaptive approaches, what I mentioned, these three specific pillars, I always prefer to use this under, of course, again, I must confess that it is only my limited understanding. I don't say that this is the framework. What I learned from my own work with different countries in different regions, these three specific aspects of the governance, education, and technology. So there are a couple of things, like, of course, in governance, we have been talking about the regional or the cross-border cooperation, upstream, downstream linkages, ecosystem-based adaptation. Of course, it has been a buzzword these days. This fourth pillar in the governance, which is the need of a mountain perspective in the disaster and climate policy. I think that, again, my own reflection by working with IPCC, by working with many other UN systems, especially on the advocacy policy, like if you talk about the coastal issues, coastal and cities are very interconnected, and you will see lots of literatures. But how much of good research or how much of research policy linkages are there in the mountain issues? I think still we are lacking. And again, I don't blame anyone. It's again our collective responsibility that we have been possibly not been able to do much research on that issue, or we have not been able to do more policy advocacy of these so quote unquote, this mountain perspective in different policy advocacy is very, very important. And then there are, of course, a couple of issues on the education and the governance perspective. I'll just give you two or three examples. That this is actually what we call the circular ecological sphere, and this was proposed in Japan's the 5th basic environmental plan by the Ministry of Environment of Government of Japan, and this is again a scheme to support the mountain communities or the upstream communities, especially as you can imagine that in most of the countries, mountain and upstream communities are mostly rural, maybe smaller municipalities and so on, but they are supporting all the resources to the nearby larger cities or larger the municipalities. So how this whole circular ecological sphere in a more governance mechanism can actually support the holistic development of the upstream and downstream. So there are a couple of examples of that. We had quite a bit of literature on this. My own students or my other colleagues also have done this one. Another very important thing is when you talk about the mountain, we talk about multi-hazard. But nowadays, what we are trying to talk about, not just the multi-hazard. Multi-hazard is okay, you have earthquake, you have landslide, you have flooding, and we just try to superimpose all these different types of maps, and we have been doing this for the last 20 years. But I think it's very, very important to think about the all-hazard approach. In this particular book, we have been trying to argue on that particular issue. It's not just the natural hazard. We need to think about the biological hazards. We need to think about the radiological hazards. We need to think about the cyber hazards and all those type of things. But again, we cannot talk about everything. We need to understand all hazard approach, but then what we are trying to propose here, that the top hazard, like each municipality, the localization, they need to identify 2 or 3 very critical hazards where they will be actually focusing on their resources, they will be focusing on their investment and so on. In the previous session also, we have been talking about the investment, and that's a very, very important aspect. And you cannot invest for all the hazards simultaneously. So while understanding the all-hazard approach, this top hazard approach actually facilitates the overall investment policy. And this integrated early warning system. This is a small experiment, what we are doing for the GLOF, the Glacier Lake Outburst Flood. It's a very simple Japanese technology of we call the water battery. So it's a battery system. When it gets connected with the water or when it is soaked with the water, it starts emitting the energy. So we have been actually using this in Japan, especially to monitor the upstream where there are not that much of population, some sort of early warning system. So we are now actually trying to do this and try to see that in some of the glacial lakes in the Himalayan region, whether this can be actually used. And this can be also connected. If we can have a mobile coverage, then it can come here in the mobile phone. But if we don't have the mobile coverage, then it can also be transferred through the Bluetooth to the nearby places. So we have to put it all this thing. Yes, our moderator is saying that please finish it. So that's my last slide. So what I just talked about, like my own reflection, again, I don't say that this is my work. I've been very blessed to have very bright students from different parts of the world. So they work very hard. I'm just presenting it. So thank you very much and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shah, for setting educated context based on his vast experience across the different geographies of the world. What he rightly reminded us that we started from our Stone Age, now moving to our Society 5.0. He also highlighted that solutions today may not be solutions for tomorrow. But still, only the option left with us is we have to move forward. So to discuss on how should we move forward, we have distinguished set of panelists. Let me call them on the dais. Professor Niels Hovius, I hope I pronounced correctly. You can see his bio distinguished profile here. He is a chief with the German Research Center for Geosciences. He is geographer and geologist trained in Utrecht University and Oxford Universities. He is also a distinguished professor at the center where he is serving now. Thank you so much for being with us. Let me invite Professor Tao Wang. He is with the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research in the Chinese Academy of Science in China. He also has a very distinguished profile. He has served in with the many institutes before. One of them includes DG of Cold and Arid Regions Environment and Engineering Research during 2003 to 12. He is also in the board of several associations related to his area of expertise. Thank you again to you also. Let me invite Emily Mark, who is a risk assessment specialist with the BGC Engineering in Canada. She has specialized in steep creek risk assessment. She is fond of developing cost-effective solutions, mitigation solutions for minimizing risks in the steep creeks. And finally, we have Dr. Simon Allen. He is a senior research associate with the two universities in Switzerland, with the University of Geneva and Zurich. He focused his research on climate change impacts on disaster risk management. Recently, he is also co-leading an initiative funded by SDC to assess, to understand multi-hazard risks and identifying solutions in this region. With this set of distinguished profile, we hope to have a very interactive discussions and find some way forward for the future. I think it worked. Thank you so much. Sorry for technical difficulties. Now, let's move directly to the questions, all right? There are a lot of things to do. There is a high level of complexity in our mountain system. In most of the times, when we talk about climate change impacts in the mountains, we make a narrative that the melting of snow and glacier are the key drivers. So Professor Tao has experience in the various areas of the drivers related to the mountains. Would you please shed light on whether there are additional drivers that we need to be considering while discussing about mountain risk assessment?
Okay, thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm very greatly appreciated that I can be involved in this discussion. And yeah, as you said that in addition to climate change, there are many important drivers that for mountain risk. So actually, mountain risk is resulting from a combination of different components such as climate, the ecosystem, and also geology. All factors are interacting each other. So we should not only focus on climate change on the climate change induced catastrophic merit. So this is not the whole picture. So I want to emphasize the two stuff. The first one is that we should pay more attention to the increasing importance of the extreme climate events. As we know that the last 2 years, the global happened the record shattering warming events. So these warming events will be expected to occur in more intense, more frequent, and also in more widespread spatial extent. So according to a paper published in Science, and the kids or children that are born in 2020 maybe experience a six-fold more climate extreme events compared to those born in the 1960s. So actually, this is a very alarming, study, and it's so that in the future that we should pay more attention to these compounding events because this heat wave can trigger, this mountain risk maybe more, intense. As we know that the mountain regions is also an amplification of global warming. So in the future that warmer world, these mountain areas maybe will be hit more hotter. And so this is one stuff. And the second stuff is that about the drivers for this mountain risks, maybe it's different. So it really depends on the land surface we consider in mountain regions. For example, in mountains with loss of the ice and snow, and we maybe expect that the compound events of the snow melt and glacier melt with flooding and heat waves. So this these drivers may be more important in these regions. But when we look at the regions, for example, with less snow and less ice, so maybe other factors such as ecosystem, human-induced land use change, and also the geology stuff maybe come take over. Seems like the deforestation in the low-latitude regions and overgrazing in the high-latitude regions that it could induce destroy the soil structures. So it means that it can enhance, the soils prone to the erosion, especially under the heavy rainfall. And also, the second step is that in the regions, especially for Nepal and the China, this is border regions, there's regions with the active tectonic activities. So even a very small magnitude of the earthquakes compared with extreme events can trigger the massive landslides. So I think this stuff should be really pay more attention to.
Yeah. Thank you. Tao, you rightly mentioned it's more than water, and warming has multiple dimensions which can have compounding and cascading effects as well. So any other panelists, do you have any 20 seconds addition if anything is missing by Professor Tao? Maybe Niels, you can start.
Yes, thank you. Does this work?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. First of all, let me pick up on the tectonic forcing. Earthquakes are the elephant in the room. They really are a first-order driver of natural hazards and catastrophic events in the entire HKH region. They have legacy, and actually considering the after effects of earthquakes, the preconditioning of topography for increased vulnerability after major earthquakes is a very important dimension to consider. The same amount of precipitation before and after an earthquake will solicit very, very different impacts. The second point I would like to make is that there is an urgent need to look at the full hydrological cycle and to focus on certain parts of it. There are changes in the HKH region throughout the hydrological cycle. For example, the most important meteorological change is the increased precipitation in pre-monsoon time in the central part of the Himalayas. This prolongs the hazardous season, the season of landsliding and flooding.
Thank you. Emily, anything missing, if any? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I think my colleagues on the panel have done a great description of the drivers of mountain risks specific to the hazard side, but I think it's also important to consider the other aspects that contribute to risk related to exposure and vulnerability. So aspects around where the populations and infrastructure are located within our mountain regions, particularly as road networks are expanding and as infrastructure and development continues. And then, of course, on the vulnerability side, with the mountain communities often being more vulnerable to many of these impacts of climate change, and that includes the vulnerability of women, of marginalized groups. And we need to consider that when thinking about mountain risk as well.
All right, thank you. Dr. Simon, anything left? All right, thank you. She rightly mentioned that we discuss about various hazards as a driver, but if to contribute to risks, there are exposures elements as well. Then only we can talk about risks. Now, we heard from the panelists there are multiple drivers. Even with the single driver, there is a complexity in methodologies availability. When the multiple drivers are there and they interact with each other, then it's further complexity in the assessing the hazard. Then let me come to Dr. Simon Allen. In this context, what kind of methods do we have for mountain risk assessment, and especially focusing on multiple hazard and their interactions? Where are the gaps actually?
Sure, let's be very clear. I mean, the science is always moving forward, and as has been said in the keynote speech, we have very robust frameworks for assessing multi-hazard and risks. There's been some wonderful robust frameworks developed for this region, for this country. Where I would say our gaps occur is in the specific tools that we need to actually implement such frameworks. And let me just touch on one example, this topic of cascading multi-hazards. What do I mean by this? I take you to Sesn 2023. You probably are well aware of the Gloff event, Glacial Lake Outburst flood event that occurred there. As that flood came down the valley, it triggered more than 40 secondary landslides. All this additional rock, all this additional mud increase the size of this event by a factor of 5. And this is where we have a challenge. When these multi-hazards events occur at the same temporal scale, simultaneously or in a cascade, we don't have the models that can accurately capture the full complexity of these cascades, particularly the magnitude. So what does this mean? What's the implications? Without a doubt, in many of our steep Himalayan glacial valleys, European alpine glacial valleys, we are underestimating the actual risk, particularly the risk associated, as I say, with these cascading processes. So on the one hand, this is a technological challenge, a scientific challenge, and we're up for this. There's plenty of experts working on this problem. On the other hand, it's a communication challenge. How do we communicate these uncertainties, these limitations in our risk assessment? And I think that's a key task for the scientists and also the policymakers in our exchanges.
Thanks. Are there anything to add on in terms of methodological availability and the associated gaps? Maybe Emily, would you like to add on?
Yeah, I think Simon has made a great description of the challenge of cascading hazards, and particularly these questions around sediment and erosion. This is a major issue. We've seen it in Sikkim. We've also seen it here in Nepal with the Malamchi disaster and the amount of sedimentation and aggradation that occurred in that event. And I'd like to encourage us to remember, we live in a world where we're very excited about the new tools that we have for tackling a lot of these challenges. We're excited about AI and big data and all these things, and these are all important things we need to bring to bear. We also need to remember the old tools that we have, and specifically here I'm thinking about the science of geomorphology, which is the practice of going in the field or using the remote sensing tools that we have to understand the landscape and the landscape changes and what the landscape has done in the past. And this can give us tremendous insight to some of these challenges. And I think that's a tool that I'd like to see us all remember. Remember the value of getting out in the field to really be able to understand the processes that we're seeing and then use that information to manage these risks and improve resilience.
Just to add on there, methods, tools, there are to some extent. Of course, it cannot cover a full extent of complexities. But to make sure the methods, tools work on, there might be other things required, like data at the same resolution, capacity, and others. Do you see additional challenges beyond the models and tools, if any you can remember? If Simon would like to add on? Yeah.
I would just like to add on what's been said here. I mean, absolutely, going to the field is crucial. Equally, and while you're in the field, the primary goal of that should actually be talking to local people. They can tell you there's a boulder behind their house. This came down 200 years ago. Their grandfather told them about this. If our modelling results are not capturing that, they're showing their house is safe and they've got this big boulder sitting behind their house. That's more useful than any AI-based risk assessment or any other risk assessment you may want to do. So I'll touch on that again later, but the importance of talking to local people cannot be underestimated.
Thanks. Maybe Professor Tao would like to add on anything on methods and the challenges that they just discussed about. Anything to add on that?
Yeah, okay. I think we should also develop an assistant approach to do that, because it's not only the surface, because also, as Simon said, that maybe it's tectonic. So I think in the future, maybe we should compare the surface and the on-surface stuff to really understand how, we can really to project or predict the climate change induced this risk. And another stuff I want to add is that because in the future warmer world, we really have very high uncertainty in the climate projections. So I think another important issue is that we want to reduce this projection of the climate, especially in the mountain regions. Okay.
Thank you. Professor Neil, do you like to add on if anything missing?
I think very important points have been made. One plea that I would put in at this particular point is for transfer functions, for a systematic understanding of the relationship between the strength of forcing and the strength of response. Now, the complexity here arises from the fact that we're dealing with compound hazards. If we focus on single elements in a system or single processes that connect within this system, then we make a grave mistake. The real crisis, the real risks arise from the interactions between different components of a system, and that point has been made.
Thanks a lot. What we can interpret from whatever you have it is there are complexities, but we can move forward. We have at least something. But in the meantime, the monitoring data, informations, and capacities are equally important. And when we talk about the mountain risks, it's not about the visible risks. Invisible risks, sometimes maybe not visible at the moment, but seismic risks. Sometimes there might have been tectonic activities which may resolve the impacts many years later. So all this need to be connected together. That's, I think, the spirit of what you are talking about, that I can take it. Then, the next step is, okay, we have an understanding of the hazard or risks, let's say up to risks. But it cannot prompt for the, or it cannot immediately reduce the risks downstream, because there's assessment with us, right? Maybe monitoring of the risks and also communication is equally important. So where do we stand in terms of monitoring, risk monitoring or hazard monitoring and communication, especially in transboundary context? There are a lot of complexities associated with that. You might have some experience, Neil, so we'd like to shed light on this.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. We monitor and we communicate for preparedness, for early warning, and for disaster management. And the tasks and the challenges in each of these three components are different, and they may be complementary. In preparedness, it's very important to have an understanding of the state of the system and the trajectory of the system. We typically underpin that by knowledge based on remote sensing and regional observation. This gives us a pretty precise picture, if we're careful, of the landscape in its totality, but it doesn't give a very high temporal resolution. Now, many of the most hazardous processes happen extremely fast. A glacier lake outburst flood may be triggered by a landslide into a lake. That landslide happens in an instant. The outburst flood travels down a valley over tens of minutes to a few hours. We don't have a lot of time. Regional observation, especially remote sensing-based observation, doesn't give us the temporal resolution for systematic early warning. For early warning, we typically, therefore, resort to local observation, and that is tripwires and gauges, or the Japanese battery approach. These are functional. They tend to work at a site, but at some point during really catastrophic event, basically they get killed. And all we know then is that something big happens, but how big it is, where it comes from, where it goes to, how fast it goes, we don't know. And therefore, we need alternative approaches. We need approaches that are out of channel, that cover an entire region, and that are robust under the most extreme conditions. This is where the recruiting of actually existing technology from out of field may be very important. I will give one example very, very briefly, and that is the use of seismological approaches to actually monitor what goes on in a landscape, where, when, and how large it is, how fast it moves, on a regional scale with very high temporal resolution. This has, in our opinion, enormous potential for early warning. Now, in the disaster management phase, we combine these approaches, and we have to keep our eyes open in order to understand how a situation actually develops, and we have to have awareness of the fact that after the main event, there is a long aftermath with actually a lot of activity and a lot of exposure and a lot of risk. Now, in communication, we should also shift our attentions, our focus, and our approaches according to the phase of a disaster cycle that we're in. In the preparedness phase, I would argue that it's actually fundamentally important to give local communities ownership of their safety. This means that they have to be enabled as experts of their local situation. That has to be supplemented with information that is gleaned from global observation in order for the best possible understanding of the situation and its trajectory to emerge. During an early warning situation, an actual crisis, it's very important that communication happens along the shortest possible pathway very often what we see is that communication ricochets through a bureaucratic system and doesn't actually reach the end target, which is the population and which is the operators of very vulnerable plants, hydropower industry, for example. There is too much time lost in this. So actually developing systems that go directly from observation to communicated early warning, for example, through push messages, that is something that is fundamentally important. In the aftermath of disasters, so the disaster management phase, it is very important that all the relevant parties are at the same table in the same room, and that there isn't a distribution of responsibilities and tasks with too little communication. Everyone from science to policy to implementation to safety to population management and industry must be in the same room at the time of a crisis.
Thanks, Neil. Tao, do you have anything to add on, if you have some specific examples of what has worked and what hasn't worked, especially in transboundary risk monitoring and assessment? Do you like to add on?
Okay, because this field is for me is a bit not familiar, so I'm thinking about that. I think first maybe Neil has a very comprehensive talk on that, and actually I think first we should have a kind of inventory using the high resolution data, satellite data, and then we should identify which is the mountain risk hotspot are. And maybe in the incoming future, maybe for example, we have kind of stationary satellite image that, and then we could also, for example, to have kind of data processing in the satellite, not in the surface. So this we could have more proper time to track this mountain risk and its influences. Okay.
Thank you, Emily. Anything missing you would like to add on? Simon.
Just one quick point. I mean, I fully agree, and where we would love to get to is that there's a direct coupling between the detection and then the warning going to the communities. But we have to understand there can be legal frameworks that get in the way of that. So I know examples from South America where my Swiss colleagues have been working. The only person that can issue an evacuation alert in a village is the local mayor or the community leader. So in that context, we have to overcome this legal framework, because you cannot just send a warning direct to these people. They won't move until the village leader has told them to move. So I think that's something to keep in mind.
Thank you so much. Let me go to the second round to the panelists. We talked about what practices are, what are the drivers, what method exists, what are the complexities, what are the challenges, and some practices of like monitoring and communication, right? So now your turn is to also give the answer to that. You highlighted the gaps, right? Let me start from Emily. You highlighted several challenges related to mountain risk assessment, given your vast experience of steep creek risk assessment and solution design background, right? So what could be the solutions, or how the country like Nepal should move forward for overcoming those challenges? Any concrete ideas on that?
Yeah, there's 2 points I'd like to raise here. The first is around the importance of data integration, and then the second is around the application of risk assessments. So I think in the first section of the panel, we've spoke about the hazard information that's available, the exposure information, vulnerability information, and we've highlighted that some of the gaps that exist there. But also, in general, there is a tremendous amount of high-quality data that already exists, that's held by academics, that's held by government agencies, that's held by NGOs, and it can be challenging to make progress and use that information until it is integrated into a central location, and then there's the ability to actually use it to inform decision making. So it's not a comprehensive we can't have a comprehensive understanding of risk if one piece of that risk understanding lives here, one piece lives here, one piece lives here. We need to work to bring it together, and that's something that through the Building Adaptation and Resilience in the Hindu Kush Himalayas initiative, the Asian Development Bank initiative that was highlighted in the introduction to this section, that's something that we hope to start working with the government of Nepal to do, and as well as the government in Bhutan, as well as working with ECMOD and other important players in the region to make this easier to do, because there is so much good risk information and it needs to be more accessible. And then the second portion is around, once we have that risk understanding, it's not enough to complete a risk assessment and have that live in a data portal or in a study on a shelf. We need to think about how we can actually operationalize that information to move to a place where we can enhance the resilience of our infrastructure, enhance the resilience of our communities that are subject to these mountain risks. And that can be done through a few different things that includes the strengthening governance, policy, regulation of that policy. It's not enough to have the policy, we also need to have regulation, strong regulation around it, as well as the financial tools and financial systems that are needed so that there is actually funding available to encourage this enhanced resilience.
In terms of that's a really good idea that we need to work on multiple spheres, not in a single sector intervention. That's the key message. Professor Tao, are there anything to add on what Emily has said on? Yes, please. And nothing, okay. Neil, do you have something? Then maybe to Simon, in addition to adding, I have additional questions to you also. And if you have anything, you can add and continue with the question. So far, we discussed about biophysical aspects only. Societies, communities are the key aspect. Whatever we do is for the communities, right? So community knowledge, local knowledge, traditional knowledge are equally important. How can we combine the technology, the scientific technology we have developed so far, or will continue to develop, and the community-based approaches for improving risk assessment and also communication and finally enhancing resilience of the communities? Would you like to add on some ideas on that, please?
Yes, let me focus on two aspects. Firstly, as we've touched on, the risk assessment. And as I mentioned before, local communities, they have this knowledge. They have their understandings of the risks that they live with, passed on from generation to generation. Of course, let's be clear, climate change comes, it changes those risks, it creates new risks in some cases, and that's where the role of scientists can come in with our tools to predict and to project the future risks. But the starting point in these risk assessments must be going to those communities, harnessing their knowledge and their experience, and then we come as scientists and we build on that. The second point on the risk communication. Again, we know from examples globally, local communities have their existing communication networks, their informal lines of communications. As we've heard, we've got technology that can detect natural hazards. There's smartphone-based apps that can spread that warning. But we know from examples, and again, I look to SECM 2023, the way in which that message finally went from household to household was through these informal lines of communication. So again, our role as scientists and as practitioners is to harness this information. Start early with the stakeholder engagement, learn about their knowledge, learn about their communication systems, and bring that into our disaster risk management planning.
Emily, do you have anything to add on what he has said, especially integrating community-based approach in the scientific technical tools?
Yeah, maybe just very briefly, and I think this directly aligns with what you were saying, is the importance of the community ownership in whatever is done. It's one thing to, really many of these early warning system tools, we might dream them up as academics or consultants, but if we don't have that direct buy-in, this is what you're saying as well, and ownership from the community, then we're not going to see even the best ideas result in actual action. And it requires action at that community or provincial, district, ward level of government to actually have change happen.
Tao, do you have anything to add on this one? Neil, do you have anything to add? In addition to adding, you can continue with the other questions. Emily rightly mentioned that even if we have technological solutions or community-based solutions or data and capacity, to make sure that really works, governance, institution policy is the key. So when you continue, would you please also shed light on what kind of governance solution might help to make sure the technologies we have, tools we have, will really work to solve the problem?
Yes, thank you. And that is really a very nice segue. And my colleagues on the panel have very rightly stressed the importance of community empowerment and the harvesting of information, traditional information, and oral information that resides within these communities. Science also has a very important role to play in liaising with policy and with management. And that goes in a completely different direction. And my actual observation also during this Sambad is that there is somewhat of a disconnect between the science. This is a very science-heavy panel, I bet you that in the next room where they discuss loss and damage, there is less science and there is a different audience. It's a shame that these two sessions are planned one against the other. It would be really nice to have a continuous and substantial dialogue and transfer, two-way transfer of information between research and policy and implementation. This is fantastically important. It means that science is communicated in clear ways. It also means that there is a very keen ear for that communication and an absorption of information at a higher level than is typically the case. There is a tendency for forums like this to become echo chambers for simple messages. The danger is that these messages are oversimplified, and this is where a continuous dialogue of substance between science and policy can be really important and can enrich and actually strengthen the debate. Now, a lot of what we talk about is flow, air flows in the HKH region from south to north, water flows in that same region from north to south. Both airflow and water flow don't observe any borders, any national boundaries. Information, knowledge, expertise tends to stop at national borders. And here is a fundamentally important problem. In order for us to get on top of the risks of the management to deliver adaptation and resilience, we have to take an international integrative approach. This has to be done fast, it has to be done with trust and with proactive sharing of resources, of understanding and of data. Now, in order for this to be really effective, there has to be compatibility. That means that in the various national theaters, we have to make the same types of observations. We have to have a shared understanding of the essential variables, as it were, within this system. That has to be shared not only at national level, but also at international level. We have to observe those variables in similar ways, and we have to be able to digest the information that we gather in a unified and a very rapid fashion. AI will play a very important and increasingly dominant role in this whole thing. But old-fashioned dialogue and diplomacy are important here. This is where science actually leads. Science is about international dialogue and exchange. This is where policy has a lot of catching up to do, and where diplomacy and politics, I would really hope venture out of national shells and really engage at an international level by, for example, creating networks of national risk assessment and management, disaster management centers that not only focus on management but also host research. Continuation of research is tremendously important, and really operating with the notion that we know, that we have all the knowledge, that we have all the technology, it is not serving us very well. There should be a continued push for new technologies, for better understanding, so that we actually can deliver an ever better resilience and ever more robust early warnings. Now, this is not only about international borders, it is also about borders within nations. I'm really sad to observe that in many nations, and it's not only within this region, but this is a global phenomenon, that individual authorities claim ownership of particular part of a challenge and actually don't share this with their neighbors, with their colleague authorities or organizations. And so we compartmentalize our understanding and our management to the nth degree, and there is a lot of friction, there is a lot of loss of time and expertise, and therefore a lot of loss of resilience at the interfaces between these organizations. Everyone at the same table is of key importance.
Thank you so much. I go to Professor Tao Wang. Do you have anything to add? So far we discussed various aspects for improving the risk assessment and for enhancing resilience. Several aspects has been discussed so far. If anything missing that you would like to add on, please.
Yeah, actually, I would like to, for example, emphasize from some research. I think for the mountain risk, as we talked a lot, there's many risks, but I also see the positive side of the climate warming, because as we know that in the mountain, in the high elevation, that is snow and the permafrost and glacier will retreat. But I think as a green and vegetation will reside in. So it means that this vegetation could anchor the soil, and it can prevent, the erosion stuff. So I think it means that in the future, if we really want to enhance the resilience that for reducing the mountain risk, I think is that we maybe use benefit. This climate-induced vegetation greening, and we should reduce the land use change induced by the anthropogenic. So this, I think, is from the we really need to have some research on this part, because currently, this is almost knowledge gap in this field. Okay.
Thank you so much. Now we have 2 rounds left. One will go to the audience for the questions, and second, finally, there will be a rapid fire round. 1 minute to each. You have to tell 2 actionable way forward. So you may prepare in your mind, either panelists. So now the floor is open for questions. Yes, 1 is there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how many we can take. Can anyone help with the mic, please? Start right from there. Hello, can anyone help? Yeah. 1, yeah.
Namaste, good morning everyone. My name is Tashi. I'm from Humla, Limi Valley, northwestern corner
Please
of
be
Nepal.
specific to the question and
Yes.
to whom it is addressed, all right? Let's go specific.
So it can be answered by any one of you. I'm known to ask uncomfortable questions, so here it goes. I think that the science and the research is quite discriminatory in nature, because there are places that are over-researched and there are places that are under-researched. And I think this is a conscious decision, intentional decision on the part of researchers themselves and the funders. So just yesterday, 2 days ago, my village was affected by a flood, and it costed in millions of damages, Nepali rupees. And now the people are, when we go for asking for funds, they are asking, where is your research, where are your data? But then the scientists don't do research on the places in Nepal, except it is Everest region. So I think scientists need to be, I think it's very discriminatory in nature. And then in their publications and in your researches, you guys write about be inclusive. But the reality is your own approach is not inclusive. So please.
Thank you. I think well noted. I think they will certainly answer. Yes, there is one over at the end I can see. Next one. Yeah. Yeah. And then Santoshji, third one. Then here. Then that one. And then I will take one from the last. Yeah. That's it.
My name is Buddhi Narayan Sesn, border analyst and advisor to the Nepal Mountaineering Association. My small query to Dr. Tu Wang. I guess Indian subcontinent pushed underneath the Tibetan plateau more than 80 million years ago. And it created the Himalayan range from Pakistan to Myanmar, including Nepal Himalaya and Sagarmatha, the highest mountain in the world. My query to you is, do you believe that the height of the Sagarmatha is still increasing? And second query, is there any role in change of climate over the Himalayan region by increasing its height, including Sagarmatha year by year? Thank you.
Thank you. I think one here, then Santoshi, that one and that one. Sorry, I cannot take all, but yes, please. Yeah.
Hi. So my questions are from a perspective of a hydropower developer here in Nepal. I think one of the major issues which we face is not just assessing the risk, but how to price in the risk into the cost of generation. Very often there is a large disconnect between, just a very small example, most projects which are here below, let's say 100 megawatts, required to design for a 1 in 100-year flood. They're not required to design for a Gloff outburst flood. The magnitude of difference is, you guys know 20, 30, 40 times, you don't even know how much, right? There is a cost to actually addressing the risk. How can you guide the government on building better pricing models for different river basins, because the cost of managing risk is different everywhere? And maybe it'll be self-selective in itself, where certain projects are developed, certain are not too expensive to develop when it comes to managing risk. But I believe that one of the major issues is not necessarily not understanding risk, but the cost of managing is prohibitive. And this is leading to a secondary issue, which is that nobody wants to insure these risks, right? Because global reinsurers who are AAA rated.
Specific, please. So what about risk insurance mechanism, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the risk insurance mechanism is the second point, which is not coming. Good reinsurers.
How can that make me workable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
How do we make that workable?
Santoshji?
And one last.
Then here and here three.
One
yes,
last
please.
point. And the last point, the last question. Sorry, I have three. Is how do you, when you respond to the risk as well, like you know a GLOF is coming, most of the people will run the other way. They don't want to go and open the floodgates, right? So how can developed countries build in automation for these response systems? Because even in Sikkim, the gates didn't open, right? That was the biggest issue. The gate didn't open. You knew the risk was there. So
thank
how
you so
is that
much.
addressed
Thank
as
you
well?
so much. We
Thank
don't
you.
have time for elaboration. I think they have taken the note. Yes, Santoshji, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Santosh Nepal, working with International Water Management Institute. My question is to the Professor Rajiv sir. You mentioned about the multi-hazard, which is very important in the region, but I think there is another big challenge with the cascading type of disasters. I think Emily also touched upon that. And in the context of climate change, we have been seeing this cascading disaster very often in the Himalayan regions, whether it's a 2021 Chamoli and then 2021 Melamchi, Sikkim flood, and many others in the regions. The reason it's very critical is because the normal type of hazards and then the cascading hazards are very different.
You understand the terms, and that's good enough. You already got the point. So you will answer that. Thank you.
What do you think the strategy for this kind of cascading disasters in terms of coming back to the panel, like assessment monitoring, but not only that, how do we bring that information about the early warning system to the right group of communities? And have you seen any kind of good examples which can be
Thank you so much. And that one, and then this one, then we will close it. I'm sorry I could not take all, but we will have the lunch time. They will be around. We have opportunity to interact with them. Yes, please.
Namaste, I'm Dipesh from SDC. So I have two questions. One for Professor Rajiv sir. So we all understand that if we have more quality data from transboundary countries, then we can do more better research, which will help to make our decision, right? But we have been hearing that from very 10 decades ago that we need that type of platform and data, but we don't have that type of thing. All the data are segregated with some institutions, some countries and everything. So what is the challenge do you see? Every countries are not cooperating together to make a common platform where they can feed the live data.
Thank you.
So on that. For Simon, coming from Switzerland, which opportunities and challenges do you see for functioning of early warning system in federalized state?
Thank you. And the last question, then we'll come to panelists.
Namaste everyone. My name is Kushma Kisi.
Sorry,
I'll keep my question very brief. So my question is, how does, we have all scientists and researchers in this panel, so how do the research, the work that you've done, the data, the research that can make a significant impact in the people in the Himalayan region? I do know Tashi did mention about glacial lake outburst flood in her village. So how do the kind of work that you've been doing can make a significant impact in the people that live in the mountain region? Thank you very much.
Thank you. With my apology to other hands that were raised, I will let me go to panelists, and I will add one more question to you. What we are talking since yesterday, that there are a lot of things to be done. Finance is always limited, but on the other hand, there are global climate finances sitting somewhere, and with the difficulty to access that. And main challenge with that is, of course, there are cumbersome processes. In addition to that, each and everything, whatever the damage and loss we have, that needs to be attributed to climate change. There is a climate science. What kind of advancement we have in attributions to climate change? If you have some insight, whoever wants to take it, it's an open question to all. With this, maybe let me start from Simon. When you respond, you can also respond the question related to that, and also give the final two messages as a way forward, so that we can combine two sessions together. Thank you.
Very good. I think I'll try and combine answers with my ways forward. But so your question, I'll start with, fresh in my mind, about the attribution to climate change. The IPCC Secretariat's just left. I mean, he would certainly be the expert on this. But with attribution, our challenge is with the extreme events. Climate change attribution can be done pretty well for slow changes, the mean changes, but attribution to extreme events, or attributing extreme events to greenhouse gas emissions, that's the challenge. And in the Himalayan context, think about things like cloudbursts, trying to link individual cloudbursts to the effects of man-made climate change. That's a challenge still.
It's not only challenge, also do we have advanced sciences on that and examples? You don't need to elaborate now if it exists or not.
Yeah, if I go back to Kiranath, this was the major flood event in 2013. People have retrospectively looked at that event with all the advanced modelling, and they can put a probability on the effect of greenhouse gas emissions contributing to that event. I think from memory something like it was enhanced by 30% as a consequence of greenhouse gas emissions. So it can be done, but it's complex. Yeah.
Any final message?
Okay, sure. Well, I will partly respond to the question down here too with my way forward. I think key is to bring all the different voices to the table when we want to address risk management challenges in these mountain villages. Look up at the podium here, we have engineers, geologists, geographers. That's just a very small subset of the skills that is actually needed to address these challenges. And of course, the diverse voices from the global south, from the global north, combine our experiences from Switzerland with the Himalayas, getting that exchange of knowledge, and then finally, the stakeholder dialogue. And I think at the Sunbud here, this is a great opportunity. The way forward is to keep this dialogue happening with the full range of voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions addressed to you? And then the final message.
All right. The first piece I want to address is the first question about the science not being sufficiently inclusive. And you're right. This is a problem. This is something we need to fix and we need to do better at. Because to some extent, the hazards, the mountains are the same across, but when we're looking at risk, a major component of risk is the people and the communities that we're trying to protect. And we know those are different across Nepal, across the valleys of Nepal, across the countries that are represented here at this dialogue. And so we need to be bringing in that component and that specific local understanding, and we need to be helping the different groups in the different areas and not just focusing on regions like Khumbu, to be frank. So this event is called the Sagarmatha Sambab, but we need to be using this as a starting point to be thinking about all of these mountain communities. The next question, the three-part question on hydropower, I think I don't have time to specifically respond to each of those, but I'd be happy to discuss afterwards. So there were some points around cost of risk, challenges of insurance, the automation one, maybe I'll leave, but generally, you're right. We need financial services and financial tools that we can use across the board to incentivize resilient construction. This needs to be something that so you're mentioning the point about the 100-year flood versus needing to design for a glacial lake outburst flood. So if that is a step that an individual the hydro developer is taking, that should make it, it should result in theory, again, I'm speaking as a scientist, not as an economist. I don't get to decide these things, but in theory, there should be availability of cheaper rates of financing and other tools that are going to incentivize that resilient development. So I think that's something to continue the dialogue around while we're here, continue the dialogue around outside of this room, and look at what tools we can develop. Because in reality, as much as we need to get the science right, the risk understanding right, but we also need to create that system in the world, in the hydropower industry, and in general, where there are financial mechanisms available where we can demonstrate that resilience is cost effective. That's the world we live in. And so the tools need to be in place for that. I really like the question about how the work that we're doing can help people, and I think I'll use that one as kind of my opportunity to sum up as well. A lot of the work that I've done in my career has been working with mountain risks and helping often Indigenous communities in Canada to find cost-effective ways that to manage these risks that match limited resources. So recognizing that here in Nepal, in Canada, there are limited resources to manage these challenges, and so we need to use the tools that we have to find ways to manage these risks in a way that match the means of the people. And then the last point I'd like to add is that the importance stressing again, I guess that's important, it's come up a few times, the importance of data integration and the importance of moving beyond just risk assessment to this place of operationalizing the risk assessments to actually produce resilience.
Thank you, Professor Tao. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to mention that about data sharing policy. I think this is quite important because you can really use this as pressure data for disaster reductions. And actually, in our institute, we have a Sodapur data center. So in this data center, we publish many of the data that can be publicly available. So I think this is a very good example that for data sharing policy. And the second part I want to say that the questions are concerned with that also help the person, government to really to avoid this mountain risk. I think maybe in the future, and also Neil talked before, that we really need to develop an AI guided model and to really to track, I mean, the mountain risk that in the hotspot region in near real time. And we have this kind of information combined with the data set, and we really can have a very good inform for the local person and the government. Okay, just that.
Thank you. Professor Neil, yeah.
Thank you. I'd first like to pick up the first and the last question and try to combine them. It must be clear that the role of fundamental research is not to assess and address individual situations, but to address generic questions and to come up with knowledge that is transferable. If you talk about specific situations, specific locations, then they may contain information that can actually help us to develop generic understanding, but the responsibility for the research in these specific areas lies with surveys rather than with blue sky science. Now, where blue sky science can actually give a fundamental contribution is in the development of concepts, new concepts and technologies for early warning, for observation of states and trajectories of Earth surface systems, and so on. It is one thing to actually develop these concepts. It's another thing entirely to roll them out at scale. This is not the responsibility of science, and this is where there is a very important bridge to be built, and it's only built internationally with a lot of investment. And the scientist in me finds this a very tough challenge. I'm attending this particular meeting with the objective of actually building a particular bridge for a particular concept. Having a notion at the other end, at the other bridgehead of the importance of this process and the importance of the dialogue and actually helping establish this pathway from concept, from scientific concept that is demonstrated to wide implementation, that's a very difficult thing to do. And there are other people in this room who sit at that other bridgehead and who should and in fact are available for communication in forums like this. So forums like this play a fundamental role in linking the science concept development with the implementation and the outcome, and I'm grateful for that. The pricing of risk is a very important question, and it's a very difficult question to answer. It is so difficult because of the dynamism in the situation. When you talk about pricing of risk and you say, okay, now there's one universal model for this, that is flowed in two different ways. One, the local situation differs from that of the neighbors, and two, your local situation now is not the local situation of yesterday or tomorrow. I already stressed that, for example, having had an earthquake in a particular region, it predisposes that region to different levels of propensity to hazardous geomorphic processes, for example. So actually having an eye on that and understanding that the pricing should be dynamic as the risk is dynamic, that is very important. Now, how exactly to do that is a completely different question. This would have to be informed by statistics going beyond individual events. It also has to be informed by the notion that many of the most damaging processes and events are actually not those that originate at the most obvious locations. yes, the Sikkim flood did originate in a 50 million cubic meter glacial lake, but the Chamoli landslide that caused a similarly large flood catastrophe in northwest India just a few years back didn't have a lake at all. The Melamshi flood, which was utterly damaging in 2021, the same year as the Chamoli flood, just to the north of here, may have originated due to a local cloudburst. It may have originated in a tiny little lake outburst, but there's no large evident source. So actually looking for sources and focusing on them, it doesn't give us the full picture and therefore doesn't give us the full price. I don't have an answer to this, but this is a fundamentally important problem and one that has to be addressed in order for hydropower to be safe and sound. And my closing statement on that would be that risk should be thought at the earliest opportunity. It's cheapest to actually address risk at the first point of planning rather than as an afterthought. When you first build and then you think risk, then basically you've already invested and the price of the risk is going to be disproportionately high. Think risk from the start.
Thank you, Professor Neil. Like we opened this session by context setting by Professor Rajiv. Now context closing would also be by Professor Rajiv. There are some questions to him. In addition to that, listening to all these conversations, do you like to add on some words that what should be the way forward to the science for risk assessment and enhancing resilience, and also the mountain people who are residing here who are suffered by the actions made by somebody else?
Thank you. 3 quick points and 1 closing statement. Yes, about the questions, you know, for last 20 years, at least 25 years, I will say that wherever I attend any conference, this particular word data always comes. And we always say that we don't have enough data, we are not sharing the data within the country, outside the country, transboundary, and so on. And my current understanding, again, I may be wrong, that data is not free. It needs an investment. And in many times, we fail. We means sometimes scientists, sometimes government, sometimes international agencies. We fail to invest in the data generation and make it more openly accessible data for everyone to share. So because data comes in a very invisible way, like it's what we call the soft asset. It's not the hard infrastructure. So one of the key takeaway nowadays I'm telling it in many of the forums that we need to invest in data to make it more accessible, more usable, and ensure that it is properly used. That's number 1. And regarding also data, there is another part actually, yeah. So when we talk about data, we talk about the quantification, like the numbers. But data are not always the numbers. Sometimes we also need to think about people's quality of life, and each and every person are different. We can't just put a number to everything. So quality of the data is equally important as the quantity of the data. So that's possibly the first reflection. The second reflection is on this. When you talk about the mountain hazard, and very thankful to Santoshji that pointing out about the cascading and the cascading hazards. And obviously, like 2 years back with UNDRR, we made a compilation of this cascading as well as the compounding risk, not only in the mountain, but in the Asia-Pacific region. So there are 2 differences. One is, of course, cascading is one hazard is triggering the other, and compounding is 2 or 3 hazards are occurring at the same time. And in COVID-19 during, like we have seen that there have been the COVID-19 ongoing. Then if you remember, there were strong heat waves, there were landslide, earthquakes, floods everywhere. But there was also another very important event on the locust, which is that insect contamination, not contamination, insect, it's a huge amount of insect which actually affected very strong areas of Tarai region of Nepal, in India as well as in Pakistan. And that is also considered a biological hazard. So yes, there are improved interest, technology, and awareness for challenge like addressing this not only the cascading, but also the compound hazards and so on. So that's the second point. And the third point is actually that young lady over there who was asking the discrimination of research. Yes, I think that's a very important point. Indeed, research is extremely, extremely discriminatory. With LCBR, I did a project for 5 years, we tried to look at what is the current status of global disaster research. We did all the searching of the Scopus publication, the index publication, and we found that there is a major divide between the countries which are more prone to the disasters or where the economic losses are the human losses are maximum versus the countries where the economic losses or the infrastructure losses are there. And the research are mostly concentrated on that northern countries where the economic or the infrastructure losses are there. We are possibly not focusing that much on very root causes of the vulnerability. So thank you for pointing out that. Again, I consider that our collective responsibility in the research community, in the science community, to bridge that particular gap. There have been increasing awareness, and I hope that maybe 2 years down the line or 3 years down the line, if we have this type of dialogue, we will be able to make a much better statement. And my final statement would be, when we talk about this risk assessment, monitoring, and early warning system, we often say this word, connecting the last mile. And again, when I go to the community, there's always a challenge I feel that it's not the last mile. When we use this word last mile, that means we are the provider and the communities are the receiver, and that's why we are telling that connecting the last mile. But I think that last mile needs to be changed to the first mile, where we put the community at the ground zero or mile zero, and then let's go design the solutions. Try to look at the field. And I always tell my PhD students also that don't give me a research proposal by sitting in the university campus or in my office that, okay, I want to do that one. Go to the field, actually try to address that one and see that we can solve each and every problem. But at least understanding the problem at the ground zero level, I think that's a very, very important. So my final statement would be, we need collective efforts to change that last mile to the first mile. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rajiv, for answering a few questions and also giving a very concrete message that the last mile should be the 0 mile. To conclude it, we are almost done with the timing also. To conclude it, what we learned from this session is that risk assessment is not only mapping the risk. It starts from data that comes from monitoring, translation to information that comes through research, then risk mapping, and then finally risk communication as well. Therefore, intervention is required in the entire cycle of the entire risk cycle. That's the one message. Second message is that we all know that the mountain people here are affected by the actions which are held beyond the river basin, beyond this geographic location. In that context, there are a lot of investments required, not only in data, but also in the designing solutions. There are a lot of global resources available too, but accessing that is not that easy. And most importantly, as a scientist, scientific community, our job is to make a clear attributions to the different or recent extreme events, hazard, loss and damages, where we need to do a lot of things. All the disasters happening these days may not be attributed to climate change. We don't know yet. We should not attribute blindly to them. So they need a clear attribution science. This is the area to work. With this, I think we all together, with the collective action, we can address this compounding, cascading, and challenging risks together. For that, like Simon said, we all first need to come together. With this, we would like to conclude the session and hand over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you all to our speakers and panelists for your insightful contributions to today's session. Before we close, we would like to take a moment to honor our panel for their time and expertise. Now, may I kindly invite to the stage Honorable Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada, Advisor to the Prime Minister of Nepal for Economic and Development Affairs, to present the token of appreciation to the speakers. Let's welcome him on stage. I request the keynote speaker, Professor Rajiv Shah, to kindly step forward to receive the token of appreciation. Now, Dr. Niels Hovius, may I kindly invite you to receive the token. Next, Dr. Tao Wang, please step forward for the token of appreciation. Miss Emily Mark, kindly come forward. And Dr. Simon Allen, please come up. Now, may I request the moderator of our session, Professor Vishnu Prasad Pandey, to receive the token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the audience for your questions. The parallel session has come to an end. I'm sorry. I request everyone to please stand up, the panel members, for a photograph with Honorable Dr. Yuvraj Khatiwada. Thank you, everybody. The parallel session has come to an end. Thank you all so much for joining us here today.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. This session is on the sustainable cities and communities. As we know that in the context of the changing the climate in this region, the most of the impact that we see in the cities and the communities. So, in this regard, in our panel today, we have a very prominent the speaker and the panelists. I just would like to introduce shortly Dr. Bindu Luani. He is our keynote speaker, former Vice President of Asian Development Bank. We have Mayor from Lalitpur Metropolitan City, Chirubabu Maharjan, who is the two-time the mayor at the moment. We have Charan Singh, who is a professor in the economics, and then he is from India, and he is with us. And then I would like to welcome him. Sunita Dangol, she is Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City. And then I do not have to make more time to introduce her. We all know the young leader. And the Padam Mainali, who is the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Urban Development. So without taking much time, that I would like to give the time to our keynote speaker and the panelists as much as possible, and also to our the participants. We would like to make this session much more interactive. And then we all know that the main theme of our session is especially concentrated on the cities and the communities. So let's see what is from the keynote speaker, what he would like to say, and then after that I will go to the panelists. So Dr. Bindu Luani, it's your turn, please.
Thank you very much. Honorable Moderator, Mayor, my Mayor, Deputy Mayor, my former Mayor, the colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, many distinguished people in the audience. Thank you for asking me to share a few words. My experience has been mostly global and regional, but now that in the last 10, 15 years I've stayed here, I'm learning every day about Nepal. So we will see how relevant is what I say in the context of Nepal, but I'm also trying to be as relevant as possible. I don't have to say that two of the most pressing global mega challenges in the world today are the rapid urbanization, the challenges brought about by the urbanization in the cities, and the challenge of climate change, among the many. And these two are very interrelated, as our MC said. I don't need to talk more about it. But just before I say something, I would like to put a few data, not because you don't know them, but I think we need to set the context. Today, about 56% of the global population lives in cities and account for, and this is important, 60 to 80% of the GDP. Where is the money, the GDP of a country made? It's in the cities globally. By 2050, and my organization ADB did the Asia 2050, and we projected by 2050, two-thirds, about 70% of the humanity will live in cities globally, with 90% of the growth in Asia and Africa, the city growth. Now, closer to home, which the mayor, deputy mayor know a lot, I've seen, based on my own data, that Nepal's urban population surged very high from 2011 to 2017. In just 6 years, from 17 to 68%. That's a huge jump, huge jump. And with this rapid urbanization came the vulnerability outpacing planning. You're not able to plan as fast as you want. You're not able to build the infrastructure as fast as you want. The impacts of the climate change and other things were so much more. So against this background, very few data that I want to mention. By the way, I also want to recognize Professor Sawakar, who is making a special report in IPCC on cities and climate change. So anything you want to know, science, etc., will be available. And he and I work every January, so data I will not mention much. You can look in the Google, ChatGPT, wherever you want. Three issues I have in mind. One, a quick look at the Asian cities. Of course, we will look at our cities, keeping in mind, say, how relevant what is happening in the Asian countries are relevant here. Number two, what are some of the current and the future challenges and opportunities of these cities? I think most of the challenges you will know, but it's still worth mentioning today. The third question, or the third area, will be the way forward. How do you go forward? That's the question. That defense based on the city, size, etc., and that's where I would put some thought based on my 40, 50 years of thinking in Asia. My presentation I'm going to make is, I want to tell you they are evidence-based, database, best practices, and some of my own experience, good or bad. So I'm not going to mention the data, but I can prove you with data. Now, if you look at the first point on the Asian cities, by 2050, more than 65% of the Asians will live in cities. By 2050, it will be about 80% of the GDP in Asia will be in the cities. Asian cities will generate about, Professor Sawakar can correct me wrong, about 50% of the greenhouse gas will be in the cities, from the cities, in the cities. Asian cities are vulnerable to climate change, and there are 7 out of the 10 most vulnerable cities are in Asia. 65% of the global air quality problems, mortality, people die. I'm the chairman of the Clean Air Asia with office in China, India, Indonesia, and Philippines. 65% of the global mortality due to air pollution happens in Asia, mainly in cities. To sum up in 1 or 2 sentences, Asian cities, in my view, are the dynamic economic powerhouse. It's the powerhouse. To sustain growth These So make a policy of having a deadline for EVs and phase out the fossil fuel, which is good for anyway. Fossil fuel is the #1 import. The third, which is also possible in a city like ours, is nature-based solutions. Just look at Singapore, how they have done the nature-based solution. I have no time to explain. And make circular economy as a policy, not only reduce, reuse, recycle, the whole, close the loop. It is possible. It's being done in many cities. Fourth, leverage technology. In the technology we use is many of the time I see, including traffic signals I see, is very outdated. It's inefficient. It just creates more traffic jams than what the AI could probably do today. Number two, you would make quality. I like the Singapore's Pro League One News meeting when we were discussing. He said, if you want to be a developed country, it's not, you have to make like a developed country. Don't build 100 kilometers of average road, but just make 2 kilometers and make it developed so you become 2 kilometers developed, rather than remaining developed forever. And my fifth is the finance and the governor. I will not talk, but I will mention one thing. I think it's about time, I think, some of the rich municipalities like Kathmandu, Lalitpur, maybe Pokhara, to think of municipal bond. If you go back to the history of development in the United States and Canada, it's the municipal bond that help, because you have money, rich municipalities, but you don't have money to fund the future. Maybe we can ask Dr. Katiwaraji later on this one. And I think one mindset I would want on the management is, think city, managing city is not a city. Think like I'm managing a country. You need everything, managing country. Laboratory, things are changing. Young people are doing different things. Think of a laboratory and collect data. And third, my favorite, which many mayors don't do it, is put everything in the public space, transparent. Everything, your budget, your costs, etc., put in the, so let the citizen know, because citizens are the taxpayer. I want to know how my mayor is spending my money. Put it in the website, because you do it so well anyway. And my final remarks, final remarks, I've got 30 seconds left in the 2 minutes is, I am a strong believer that the cities are the future. Future of growth, future of living, future of sustainable development, future of climate change, and sustainable city and managing climate as a part of that, and together is possible. There are problems we know, there are solutions we know. You just have the determination to say, we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bindulwani. He has really put forward about the context of the Asian cities, the challenges that we have, especially in the 5 points, and also gave the recommendations, even also the 5, the way forward. So it is really encouraging. Thank you so much within a very short period of time that you have concluded your remarks. Without taking much time, maybe I would like to go to Padam Mainaliji first. Yeah, to look into, to get the feedback from the central government or the national federal government perspective. So we have been able to have the different level of the planning in the past. We came up with the different policies, legal framework, and these strategies. So in the new context, with the experiences that we have, what sort of the new legal framework and the policy framework and the strategy that the government is taking, considering the issues of the climate change, recent issues of the climate change? Would you please highlight some of the areas that the federal government or the Ministry of Urban Development is considering in the context of Nepal?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Sushil sir. The question really goes on the planning practices and strategies and the new direction that government is taking over. I mean, let me just first start with how our regional planning evolves actually. The regional planning really evolves on conceiving the administrative headquarters, and in one way, and another way is more like economic command areas that evolve around. And one is administratively we really conceive the cities, and second one is some more organic cities which are developed in settlement in a network with kind of some of the economic command areas. So, so if we look at our regional plans, starting from the 4th to now, what we see is there are some of the areas in which we really translated our cities in greenfield development as well. In greenfield development or using the tools like land pooling or GLD or all the way, these are the strategies we use since 50 years. These all are conceptually a land value capture method. So land is there. We really use this land value as a tool of developing the cities. So this is basically the conceptual way, and on that conceptual way, what we really had is more like change in urban morphologies. So based on the policies, I just want to just see since 2009. We really recognize 7-8 economic areas. So once we saw these economic areas, they are actually, I mean, Kathmandu and Pokhara, they are more like point-based development, and other are more like line-based, meaning two cities making a cluster and something like that. So examples are more like Dhangadi to Bhimdatta, let's say, and Nepalganj Koalpur to Surkhet, Bhairaba Butwal, Tansen, and Chiton Hetona to Birganj and Janakpur. Then Janakpur Bardivas and Biratnagar Dharan. So what I mean is, among 8 economic regions, we see 2 of them are more like urban region kind of thing, and other 6 are more like on urban corridors. So recognizing these dynamics, actually, the government really started to see this area as and translate it into the policy. So what new urban policy says is, see, these are the dynamics, mega urban region and corridors. So we have to recognize the urban system now. What that urban system means, if we think one urban region or the corridor, then what we can think is more like on that area, the urban system appears. The urban system means the exchange of goods, peoples, and services happen in a place, in one territorial region, so that we can think of cities like Kathmandu Valley with the cities of Dhulikhel, Pat, and Dhading all around, so that this system works around. I mean, so what that means is we have to recognize that in an economic way. So that the more policy happen on that way. So based on this, we think the institutional reform and the policy reform all the way. And what Dr. Lohane actually says on that is, the policy really goes on green process, on green, resilient, and understanding the people. So our policy shows on that way. In terms of legal system, we had a Town Development Act, which is more like changing the physical features of the land. But now we are conceiving to have a Urban Development Act, and which is more like federalizing the act, so that local levels and the provinces could work on transforming the land on that way, so that approving the physical plan, implementing physical plan, and having that physical plan to happen with government system or the private system. So these are the basic changes on that. And based on it, so what we can conceive is two major things. One is implementation by local government, provincial government, and federal government. And the second one is financing mechanism like Town Development Fund or other funds, ADB, World Bank, and development partners could work on that, so that urban system happens as a tool for development of cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Padamji, by highlighting the national government policies and also with the experiences of our own in the past. I would like to go to Lalitpur Mayor, Lalitpur Metropolitan City, Chiri Babu Maharjan. The Mayor Sahab, with your extensive experience of being Mayor of LMC for 2 consecutive terms and also facing challenges due to recent phenomena of climate change, will you please let us know how the LMC is taking ahead its city planning and development efforts? Can you also please highlight on how these plans being implemented with special consideration of the governance, such as the perspective of the participation, transparency, etc. So can you please highlight the challenge that we are facing and the approach that we have taken?
Thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to thank Nepal government for organizing this Sagarmatha Summer 2025, and wherein I'm invited and I represent Lalitpur Metropolitan City. Okay, regarding your question, my answers are like due to the climate change, we are experiencing a lot of new devastating things. Like a few years ago, we had tornado, which was, it's quite new thing for Nepalese people, okay? That was happened. And similarly, in September 2024, we had devastating rainfall. Dr. Lone has nicely mentioned that. And in this, now the problem is, these are really new things, new devastating events happen. So in that case, we were indeed not prepared for such big, unexpected phenomenon. Just take an example. We claim Lalitpur Metropolitan City is the best in managing the what we say, it's the devastating things, okay? But last September, the problem was, it's the excessive rainfall, and there were 4 people on the roof, but we could not save them because we didn't have boats, okay? So, but we used to claim that we are very good in saving in the emergency cases. But in that case, since we didn't have boat, we could not save them. And we were heavily criticized. From that, we learned a lesson. Then we said, okay, in our fleet, we need a boat. We need boats as well. So we are going to buy 5 boats. Because monsoon comes every year, it's quite unpredictable. Again, the pre-monsoon, it's very unpredictable. So that is the main reasons that we are going to change our strategy on this type of jobs. Okay, having said this, now we made a plan that under one roof system, we provide all the services regarding this type of academic. Like, for instance, we got fire brigade, we got 6 engines, and we got ambulance, we have sub-Bahan, and then we got our very smart municipal police. So these are under one roof, and we got it's the toll-free number 1131. And very recently, we have introduced it's the LMC alert, wherein we provide 22 types of services, and we are planning to provide such services within 4 minutes time. But we haven't announced that simply because the traffic jam is beyond our control. We had very bad experience that in many times the ambulances were stopped in the traffic jam. Even the fire brigade engine was stopped in the traffic jam. So now we are planning to keep 4 separate substations wherein we are going to equip all of these equipment as well as Metropolis. Then we will announce that, okay, from now onwards, if there is anything happen, we will provide our services within 4 minutes time. But that is, we are doing our homework. So that once we complete our homework, definitely we will announce this.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor Saab. The initiative that you have taken after the September flood in the last week, it's really, really encouraging having all the services from one roof under the one roof. Thank you so much. I would like to also now turn into the Kathmandu metropolitan city. We have, being a young emerging leader of the capital city of Nepal, you have been the hope for our young generation. But young leaders have the challenges that they need to address the existing challenges and also consider the aspirations of the future generation. And it is more complex when your city is facing its impact of climate change in this situation. So what are the major challenges in this context for making the city sustainable, especially Kathmandu metropolitan city, to make it sustainable? What are the major challenges that you are facing? Yeah, will you highlight some of the major challenges that you are facing? Yeah,
thank you so much. Thank you, the government of Nepal, for organizing a global platform where we can discuss about our local issues and also related with the global issues. I'm very happy to be on this platform and share the challenges that we have been facing. So when we talk about the cities, globally 50% of the population, they live in urban areas in cities. And by 2050, it is estimated that 70% of the population will be living in the urban cities. And at the same time, it's also talking about the Nepal, 60% of the population live in urban and peri-urban areas. And globally, 70% of the carbon emission, it's from the cities because it's populated, because it's the center where different economic activities are happening, and it's also because of the infrastructure that we build in. So in this regard, cities are placed in such a position that cities are also the contributors of the carbon, but at the same time, they are uniquely vulnerable and they're in a position where they can actually address the issue itself. I want to remember and also quote the UN Secretary General, who has said that cities are where the climate battle will be largely won or lost. That means it's high time we invest in cities so that we make our cities sustainable and also inclusive. Talking about the challenges itself, so let's be Kathmandu specific now. Last monsoon was not something that we had expected. September 2024 was tragic, and also it shows that how prepared we are or how unprepared we are. And that in single event, 250 lives were lost. 500,000 households were affected, and 11,000 were displaced. At the same time, another is Kathmandu is very popular for the pleasant climate and the weather. But now we can see the rise in temperature. And that has not just affected the pleasant weather or the temperature of Kathmandu, but also has given rise to different hazards. For example, health hazards. Dengue was not something that we were familiar. So last decade or last 4 or 5 years has been very dangerous in terms of vector-borne diseases in Kathmandu. At the same time, airborne diseases, respiratory diseases are something that we have been saying it's alarming. Kathmandu, the topography itself is different. The forest fire, which are like miles away from Kathmandu, but it affects Kathmandu and the people who live in Kathmandu. These are the challenges that we have been facing. At the same time, another challenge that we face is infrastructure system. Dr. Lohani has also mentioned about the infrastructure and also retrofitting. So the traditional water management system, it's not ready to actually handle the intensity of precipitation that we have been experiencing lately. So that has also showed the challenges that we have been facing. At the same time, it's something, I have given like some of the examples of the challenges that we are facing, the specific one, but being local government, I think we are like 2 cities, but it's important that we speak for other local government too. We have different layers of government. the most closest government to the people is local government. So whenever there is like disaster, the first government that actually work with people or the action government is actually local government. But where is the position of local government when there is national negotiation, when there is global negotiation about the climate action? So the challenge is not just about whether we are prepared or not prepared, it's also about including the real government into the position where their voice has to be heard, not just in terms of implementation, but also from the planning. And then there is the point, there will be the climate justice. So that's something that I see as the challenge. So the challenge is not just about the infrastructure and the preparedness, it's also about bringing local government and the communities into the consideration and into the dialogue when we plan, and also make sure that the climate financing is actually accessible directly and also equitably to all the communities and local governments so that the real action can happen. And next is, of course, preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Kathmandu Metropolitan City. Your observations about the different challenges that the cities are facing, and especially Kathmandu. Now, without taking much time, I would like to go to Professor Charan Singh. He's a very renowned professor from India. The challenges and the way forward that have been presented and highlighted by the keynote speaker, Dr. Loani, we see there is a huge financial need for the cities to achieve their sustainable development goals, which has also been highlighted just now from the Deputy Mayor of KMC as well. There is also a huge economic impact of the climate change to the cities, and it's more alarming in our South Asia region. In this context, how do you think that we have to be adopting the financing models that will be, in one hand, address the impact of the climate change, and on the other hand, it is within the limit of our economy? Will you also please share some initiatives on it that are taking place in India and also in South Asia? Professor Dr. Singh.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much for this excellent question that you have asked. I would like to take over from where she mentioned about what's happening to the local bodies. I totally agree. In case we want to bring in an effective change in climate issues, I think decentralized approach and community action is most important, because that is where the whole effectiveness would take place. In general, I would agree that in India we have lots of economic constraints and financial limitations on urbanization. About 35% of India lives in urban areas, which is large, and by 2030 will be 40%. And please remember, India's population is 140 crore. In Delhi, the capital city, we have 33 million people. In Bombay, we have 21 million. In Bangalore, we have 14 million. Huge urban centers. How do we finance these issues? So I think the best model, and I'll give you some illustrations from India, is the PPP model, the public-private partnership, and bringing in international finance. That's a very big help. And the global community and the national government and the subnational government understand the need. The issue of flooding has been referred both by the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor, and these issues happen regularly in Bombay, and we are aware of it. How do we really modernize and make the cities resilient? I think blended finance plays an important role. In India, we are experimenting with green bonds. Our cities like Ahmedabad, Pune, Ghaziabad, Indore have experimented with waste management and public transport. The point which was made earlier, that 2% of GDP is lost while you are waiting in traffic jams. Extremely important. In Washington, I have seen that there is drone movement or cameras which decide where traffic jams are taking place, and immediately traffic police swings into action and ensures that traffic jams are minimized. Because lots of pollution, apart from time wastage, takes place there. In a city in Pune in India, we have tried to do waste management, and we have improved it by having a fleet of 9,000 people whom have been trained as waste pickers. That's made a very big difference. In Uttar Pradesh, which is the largest state of our country, we are now experimenting with Miyawaki forests, clustered, focused forest. We are also planning from the waste management plastic roads one time, and that is helping us in a very big way. For the last 8 to 10 years, we have been experimenting with smart cities, and in the smart cities, the focus has been on infrastructure, and basically public transport is the key issue there. One good illustration where we are now bringing climate with the budget of the state, wherein we are engaging the local population, municipalities, is Orissa, another state, where we are looking at connecting it with the budget, and we are looking at impacting the water systems, because when there are unplanned rainfalls and heavy rainfalls, it's very important that the water moves out very quickly. Also, because these are having an impact, the floods and droughts, having impact on the rural livelihoods. Retrofitting has been discussed, and we are now in the stages of research on retrofitting in major urban areas for buses. But please remember, retrofitting is a medium-term solution, but then involves huge cost in terms of what all can you retrofit. The buses, the trucks, the tempos, the autos, the cars. It's a huge exercise that needs to be done. But if you do the retrofitting, then you need service stations across the country, and that's an important issue. In India, we have every 5 years a finance commission, which decides the allocation of resources from the center to the states and to the subnationals. Since the last two, we have included disaster management, where we have requested as a term of reference for the finance commission to decide how do we go to the subnationals and the municipal corporations to ensure that climate becomes an integral part of the planning. The central bank of the country, and I'm so happy that the former governor is here from Nepal, the Central Bank of India has been focused exactly on climate issues and have now started talking in terms of shared pool of bankable green projects. So all the financial institutions know that these are the bankable green projects, and money is then redirected to them. We are also encouraging green financing by bringing finances, green finances, into priority sector. We have also played an important guidance note to now start financing renewable energy sources, and in that the most important thing we are doing is the solar thing. And rooftop solar projects are very extensively being financed in the country, and we are ensuring that the energy produced surplus in your house is connected to the grid, and therefore it's incentivizing in a very big way. The government of India has also played a very important role, and I'll just give you one illustration of massive LED bulb campaign to reduce emission by 40 million tons annually, which is making a very big difference in the country. The last point before I want to close, I want to mention about the lifestyle for environment, which the Prime Minister mentioned at COP26 in 2021, where he discussed about environmental conscious consumption lifestyle. And that would make life in the urban areas far more climate oriented and ensure that the emissions that are taking place from the urban areas are minimized. Last year, we have also introduced a special act in the parliament with focus on green hydrogen, green ammonia, biomass for energy and feedstock. So these are the various initiatives which we are taking in our country to ensure that we are climate more responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Charan Singh. You have highlighted the different initiative that you have taken in India. So it is our participants have also been benefited from your experiences which you have shared. I would like to go to the floor now, because from our side the panelists have taken we have taken most time. So before entering into the panelists, also some of the questions from the floor, I would like to first of all request to Mukhtar Babaev, who is the president of COP29, to first intervention from your side, being the president of COP29. Yeah, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will be short. Thank you to Mr. Sushil Gyawali for moderating this important conversation, and our honorable panelists for their reflections, remarks. Cities are the meeting places of our societies. They bring people together to help unlock development, innovation, and prosperity. But they are also major contributors to the climate crisis and are highly vulnerable to its impacts. The importance of cities, of our societies, will only grow. The UN has predicted that nearly 70% of people will live in urban areas by 2050. We need to manage this rapid urbanization carefully so that it can deliver sustainable and just outcomes for all. At COP29, Azerbaijan launched the MAP Declaration for Resilient and Healthy Cities to drive progress on this critical topic. This declaration recognizes that cities bring together every part of our economy and society. It is therefore committed to work on multi-sectoral approaches to climate action and planning in urban areas. We have been delighted with the world response. The MAP declaration has been signed by over 50 national governments and over 100 cities. We also launched the Baku Continuity Coalition for Urban Climate Action. This coalition of past and future COP presidencies will ensure that urban climate actions are coordinated and sustained between successive COPs. This will ensure that important topic does not slip down the agenda. Finally, the MAP declaration also encourages stronger links between international platforms for sustainable urbanization. This includes World Urban Forums, COPs, and World Environmental Days. Here I am delighted to confirm that Azerbaijan will host the 13th World Urban Forum in Baku in 2026 in collaboration with UN Habitat. This will be an important platform to address the challenges of rapid urbanization in a sustainable manner. It is the second major international gathering Azerbaijan is hosting in 3 years. This reflects the determination of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, for Azerbaijan to play a leading role in tackling the world's most pressing issues. Azerbaijan is appointing a special envoy for urban climate action to lead efforts to strengthen cooperation between international platforms on urbanizations. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan is raising ambition, driving action, and creating discussion on sustainable urbanization. We have an ambitious agenda of initiatives and events which are open to everyone. We invite you all to endorse the MAP declaration and to join us in Baku for the World Urban Forum next year. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukhtar. It was really an inspiration, the message being a president of COP29, and also it's good to know that you are going to have the World Urban Forum in 2 years' time. So without taking more time, I now would like to open the floor, and then would like to get some of the queries. Be precise, and also please tell who you are. and then what in which topic, to whom that you would like to address your queries. Yeah, from this side. Please provide the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Indra Sapkot. I work for Ministry of Forest and Environment. My queries actually go to two of our mayors, and probably Mr. Padam can also respond. You know, our cities have many challenges: air pollution, traffic congestion, and of course, climate risk. But my concern is about smart green infrastructure. What sort of ideas have you explored yet to materialize the smart green infrastructure in your cities? And follow-up question is that, have you really got the support from your central and provincial government on your ideas? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we'll pick up 3-4 the queries and then we'll respond. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. My name.
Okay.
It's okay.
Shall I take? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. Myself, Binay from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies in Japan. So I have two things I thought. I think looking at all the discussion, I think what is missing and what can solve everything. I am not finding the cities like Kathmandu or Lalitpur saying, why can't you say, make our Kathmandu or Lalitpur city climate smart and resilient? I think what is important is how fast you can bring the population or a subject in the mainstreaming of this climate issue. I think that's not happening. And second, I think we often see the cities are also a magnet for the rural to urban migration, and it is creating a big rift on the inequality. So I think cities also need to see it as a solution, how you can use the economic power to help economic development in your nearby cities or rural area. Why these two things are not happening? I think it has a huge, if it can be done, it could have a huge it has a huge policy implication, and also we can see on the ground change, and very fast. I think we need to, and the issue is we are not moving very fast. We are talking about a lot of serious things, but things are not moving fast. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Sakya, yeah, your turn. Yes.
Okay, next to her.
Thank you. Good evening. Good afternoon. It's always good to listen from the dais, and it enhances our level of understanding, as always do. And I'm very thankful to listen to you. And Mayor of Patan Municipality and also Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Valley. Both of them are working very hard, that we know. And also we believe on youth, a promising youth leader of Nepal. And we believe on youth to develop our country like you do. So my question, before my questions, that we know that you are working to make a city inclusive and safe for vulnerable groups, that both of you are working. And what I mean to say that cities need balance from growth to sustainability. And I studied that urbanization trend affects sustainability in cities, but green infrastructure play in sustainable urban planning. And my question to both of you is, what role does local government play sustainable urban planning and in promoting sustainable communities to make them more resilient to disasters? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take one question only at this point.
Maybe you are not looking at the side at all.
Yeah.
Namaste.
Okay.
Namaste. I am Jivan Pagini. I am DFO of Nawalparasi district and work under Ministry of Forest and Environment. I am asking about the sustainability of the city. I think every civilization in the world started from the river bank, or like Nile River civilization, another Sindhu Ghati civilization started from riverside. Like in Kathmandu and Lalitpur, Bagmati River has flowed since. But the Bagmati River, I think, is going to be vanished. Or what about the planning, a plan of the two municipality for making sustainable cities, responsible communities, and healthy river of Lalitpur and Kathmandu metropolitan city. Or is it the plan of making plotting or selling gaderi, I think, like that, maybe, or the government. And what about the sustainable city, I think.
Okay.
Curiosity.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll take one more, and then I will come next round. First, the ladies first, and then. Please, ma'am.
I'm Dr. Vibha Dhawan, and I represent the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, 50-year-old organization. And something on which we are working very closely, how do you make your cities more sustainable? And by that you mean, and it was also mentioned, green infrastructure. Because like if we look at India, Nepal, and many other countries, we are in a situation that 2/3 of the infrastructure is yet to be built, and therefore we have opportunity to go green. And by green, I mean right from the building design, that you consume less of energy. That energy has to be renewable as much as possible, and use sustainable building material. And then, in a way, you also give a gradation to the buildings. And we have set up one system called GREHA. We also have living labs, because every city has a different experience. So even negative experience are to be somewhere recorded so that others learn from it. If we look at cities, one is building, other is transportation, and third is waste management. And for waste management, I'll say it is wasted material and not really waste. And that, again, is a source of energy. So what I would like to offer over here is that please learn. We have got a long way in India, and we'll be more than willing. The other thing, one should be little conscious, and let's look at the future. What we are also doing wrong, we are only looking at problems we are facing today. And you rightly mentioned development versus sustainability. The two can go hand in hand. We also have to look at modeling, because what happens in most of the mountainous areas, it has become, I should say, places for the rich people. They visit, there is a lot of tourism, they also build hotels, and all comes at the cost of environment. So we have to do the modeling, both how much is the carrying capacity of a particular state, and then go towards it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe I will come later on. I have seen lots of hands that have been raised. So before coming again to you, I would like to request to, especially to our mayors and also the concerned panelists who have been addressed by our participants. Yeah, maybe first, the mayor from Lalitpur. Yeah, maybe you can club the queries that have been come up, and then and also respond on that.
Okay, thank you for very, very important questions. We will share answer by Deputy Mayor Sunita and myself, okay? Whatever answers I give, then rest. Rest, you take it off, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay, regarding the questions raised by Mr. Sapkota, it's the smart, clean infrastructure. I will not jump onto Kathmandu metropolitan city, okay? So I'm just going to tell you what we are doing by, say, Lalitpur metropolitan city. Now, in this case, we have made our policy that we don't buy fossil fuel vehicles. It has been implemented very, very nicely. So we buy just e-vehicles, including two-wheelers, okay? So that is one of the policies. And the next is we give rebate to our citizens if they show their EV blue book, owner's blue book, okay? We give them some tax relaxation. Second thing. Now, third thing is we are trying to convert our city into a smart city, but it's very difficult. However, we are undertaking quite a few items, like in my city, all the roadsides have been tree planted. So if don't take an example of the place where the chariot festival is going to take place, okay? Like the route from Pulchok to Patan Darbar Square, okay? It's quite narrow, as well as the chariot festival takes place over there. So we haven't planted anything over there. However, we are thinking to put some trees on, plant pots, okay? The next thing is we have converted many places into gardens. This is one of the very important decisions that we made. Of course, this is my second tenure. In accordance with the Nepalese constitution, a mayor cannot be elected more than twice. So this is my final, and I have to do tons of things. So having said this, we have made a decision that no public space, Parti Jagga, Ailani Jagga, will be given to anybody else, regardless of whatever project they are going to implement. Full stop. As of this date, it's my 8-year tenure going on. As of this date, we have not given even one Ana Jagga to anybody else. Because the previous regimes did a lot of mistakes. Lot of public spaces were given to lot of organizations as well as persons. So that is not going to happen in my metropolitan city now. Then number 2, this is one of the burning issues in my metropolitan city, that there is the national level line. It's something like an ayog, which is doing job to distribute lines to the squatters. So in that case, so far I haven't signed that documentation, simply because I just want to make sure that no one is coming in my place to get line, because we are preserving very nicely. Okay, so in that case, I claim that in Loripur metropolitan city there is no squatters at all. So why should I take them? This is one thing. Okay, so I mean, we are doing these things just to convert the city into smart city. Okay, now we are the first in the country that the smart street lights have been installed in Nepal. So far, we have installed many such lights. Therefore, Loripur is brighter than other cities.
Thank you, Mayor Sahab. I think.
And
yeah, maybe we would like to hear.
And
now.
Once,
yeah,
is that okay? And
okay.
And we have a special project going on. In that case, the ring road, 7.9 kilometer, is within my territory, and we have already awarded the contract to the contractor for illuminating the ring road. So that is going to finish by this October. Okay, this is what the contractor has submitted his work schedule.
I think there are different initiatives that have been taken by the Loripur metropolitan city. Now, then after maybe because of the time limitation.
Let me finish this one.
Yeah,
okay,
please.
then I will pass this on to Sunita.
Okay.
Okay. So the contractor has been mobilized for installation of lights on ring road. So it is going to finish by October. This is what he has said. But once the light has been installed on the ring road, then if you happen to come to the Kathmandu Valley by flying, if you look down like this, whichever city you find brighter, that will be Loripur metropolitan city.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sahab. We wish all the best that whatever initiative that you have taken, that you will be making the change. Thank you so much. Now this turn of the Kathmandu, maybe let's hear what she has to say.
This is not electoral debate, so I'm not going to compete with him right now. Anyway, so thank you so much for putting highlights on what Lalitpur is doing. There are somehow similar kind of projects and also policy programs that we have been doing. Talking about EV, it's somehow same. And I don't want to repeat what he has said, but I'll just say like something that we have been doing different than what he has mentioned. I really believe that awareness is the key, and children are actually, they should be the focus group in terms of making our city green, livable, smart, whatever we want to give the terms. And bringing my childhood memories back into the action, we have revived Baba Club in schools, which means Baba means, it's not father or Baba, lover Baba. It's actually Bal Balika Ra Vatavaran, which means environment and children. We bring environment issue and children together. For that, we are calling young volunteers, city volunteers. That means youth and children. They come together for the conservation, preservation, and also the promotion of the environment. That's one of the practice that we have been doing. And another is urban agriculture is the work that we have been continuously doing to make sure that we don't have space. We don't have space to do that. What we are doing is we are also promoting urban agriculture. And next is we are also working on making car-free or vehicle-free Saturday, such kind of initiative. We have already done this initiative, and it's continuously happening in Hardigaon. So it's Saturday. If you have time, please manage to go to Hardigaon and see what actually happens. It's a platform where we bring women, children, senior citizen, and everybody come together. And it has been a social space where economic activities are happening, and most importantly, the initiative has been done to promote clean air. That means vehicle-free Saturday. At least make sure that you don't go on your vehicle at least one day a week, so that it is somehow a relief to the environment, being responsible to the environment. And smart green infrastructure, I would always say that our ancestors, they were smarter than we are today. Let's go back to the indigenous practices. The traditional settlements, they were more smart and green than what we are imagining today. So I think it's important that we go back to our roots and also revive and also merge the technology that we have today, so that we can make our place that could be city, that could be village, a livable city. For example, the settlement, it's like a cluster settlement, but there is open space. And the open space street, everything is permeable so that the water can get recharged. And it fills the traditional wells. Not just that, it also maintains the water table. At the same time, it also prevents the urban flood that we have been facing. So we are also working on how can we recharge water. So Recharge Kathmandu is another initiation. So shortcut. Preserving the green ecosystem and also blue ecosystem at the same time. Waste management is another priority. Segregation at the source is our priority. And then at the same time, and also making sure that all the vehicles that actually are in our road, they are not the pollutants. So making sure that we actually measure the emission from the public vehicles. We have been doing that too. And another is green ecosystem, so that the urban heat can be reduced. The next, something that we should do is energy efficient. For that, we have been working with Green Project to build the capacity building of our officials and also service providers, so that we can think about how can we make our infrastructure energy efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City. It's really inspiring that we hear from the Kathmandu and also Lalitpur, whatever you are doing. And not taking more time, I would like to again, I have seen lots of hands that have been raised. Maybe from this side now, I would like to give first this gentleman here. Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Rich Brubaker. So just very quickly, I've been in Asia for 30 years, and I would just say it's great to see that we talk about challenges, but we're also on the right path. We've seen a lot of development, a lot of movement going forward, and actually there's a lot of lessons to be learned from other cities. So I guess my question would be, how much do you look to other, Southeast Asian nations or even to China to what they've done in their cities? 'Cause they face a lot of the same issues. They've made a lot of progress on green infrastructure, funding in resource-limited areas, and also within kind of institutional awareness, like how can you learn from each other? If there's one thing I'd ask for you to consider is how can you also work with what I call mission-driven entrepreneurs? I've met with about 15 local Nepalese who are trying to deliver clean technology, clean transportation, clean food. It's domestic IP. How can you work with them better? How can you create an ecosystem that brings them into your procurement systems as well? I think that's one thing that I really look at within Southeast Asia a lot is the role of the youth to also be innovators and to deliver solutions. So kind of two questions. How do you work with other cities, and then how do you work with your innovators?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah? Yeah? Yes.
Okay, I'm Chang Gongzhang from Eastmont. So I want to raise up about the air pollution problem. So I know that 1 month ago, so everybody is talking about air pollution, but because now it's raining and the air pollution is gone, so people don't talk about it. But I want to again to promote the air pollution things. Because I think when we talk about sustainable cities and communities, air pollution is really related to everything, right? It's related to energy, clean energy and human health and traffic and industrial. So I want to say that, when we talk about sustainable cities, so we're better to make a goal. So this goal could be like to address air pollution problems. So when we make the determination and everything should go to realize this goal, and then we can make it better. So we know that Eastmont is happy to working across border region things, and we are also happy to here to work because I learned about this valley is at 3 cities, so this is kind of like trans-city problem. So my question is, when we address this problem, I know there's a lot of different components, like people's awareness and technologies and also finances. So what is the most difficult part? And we're looking forward to see that city governors should think about this problem and also work with all the stakeholders to initiate this action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, gentleman there, the back.
Thank you.
Because we are in the press of the time, so please.
I am Rishi Pandey, Pokhara University.
Yeah.
Geographer in the urban environmental manager as well. Actually, my question as a local government representative or leader of the local government, mayor of Lalitpur and deputy mayor of Kathmandu. Actually, first I want to talk about conceptual misleading information about sustainability. Cities are cultural landscape, that's why they can never be sustainable. We need to think about sustainable. Sustainable is harmony with nature. That's why it cannot be a harmony with nature. It can be made sustainable. नेपालीमा भन्नुहुन्छ नेपालीको सरर हुनुहुन्छ दिगोलाई छिट्टै रस्वबाट दीर्घ बनाउनुस्. रस्व दिगोले हामीलाई दीर्घकालीन सिटी दिँदैन. That's why we need to think about conceptual blunder come from the Brundtland Commission. We need to think about nature and economy. This terminology has been changed by the economists, and we should not follow the same that has been misleading the overall sustainability. Even the UN agencies need to think about this. Second is, why Kathmandu Valley is several cities? It's a single watershed. It's a single city. That's why think about conservation and make single city and single mayor and integrated urban planning. We had an integrated urban planning 25 years ago. Still the same problem we are facing. I was one of the team members in Kathmandu Valley mapping program, and there was an integrated urban planning. But that has not been implemented, and still that is the same problem we are facing. That's why we need integrated urban planning to make Kathmandu Valley a sustainable city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will take just one very short, instead of explanation.
Thank you. My name is Nahakul Kesi. I want to take you out from Kathmandu Valley because there are all those mayors are doing quite good, especially Chiribabu. I'm also a resident, but I represent Lumbini province. My question is especially with this Padam ji and Mr. Charan Singh. One is what kind of urban form is envisioned for cities along the Madhya Pahadi Lokmarg or Hulaki Sadak, which could be the compact, polycentric or corridor based? Because we are having a lot of highways, but we don't have a city plan. How we can make it a new city plan so that it should be more sustainable, resilient and inclusive? And second one, this model, this is like a sustainable or environment friendly? Just I want to have to know more about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the last. Is the time almost in the hour, so we'll be just very short.
I'll try to be short. I am Lal Kesi here, involved in planning policy programming.
Yeah, just go ahead. Okay.
I'm Lal Kesi here, involved in planning policy and programming. Very shortly, we have enough knowledge, information and expertise in planning, designing and implementation of the projects. And in particularly, I want to raise the case like, okay, you have a Kathmandu Valley Development Authority headed by minister and also headed by chief commissioner for in terms of implementation through the executive committee. What is happening on those three smart city designed for Kathmandu, Bhaktapur and Lalitpur? They're supposed to be a smart city, and smart means economically, infrastructurally, drainage, communication, energy efficiency and all those things, which I'm not going to elaborate it. The money that you require is not very big. When I see those documents in past few years, it's about 212 billion if I remember, 40 billion and also 18 billion of that one. So this money that you require is a very nominal for a period of 3 to 5 years only, and the total money required for you to implement these projects is only 25 to 30% of what you require. And it is all generated through land pooling system. So I think the model that can be utilized for this is primarily borrow money from Ministry of Finance or Town Development Board, or raise through municipal bond, as Dr. Lohani said, or go through the blended funding, which is could be a combination of grant and loan, or if you cannot do it, pull the private sectors in a hybrid model. That means it is a fund that will come from the private sector to the bank, and that will help you to implement the smart city to make it green, clean, and sustainable.
Thank you, Raji.
This is the question for those two guys.
Thank you so much. Maybe Dr. Yuvraj Khatira, sir, would you like to say something in regards to especially the financing the cities, very briefly, because we are very limited time, but yeah, maybe okay. Because we started a little bit late, that's why the tree back.
I thought I should not be speaking because I am one of the organizers, but having Dr. Lohani requested me to speak, I could not deny it. Couple of things. First, you have asked me to talk about urban financing, municipal financing. I think the whole mindset, the whole thinking about the roles of public, private, community, and household sectors have to be redefined. There are many areas where the community has worked very well to keep on financing urban infrastructure. The experience from India, some of the colleagues here, participants have already told, and there are other examples as well. There are some sectors where conventionally it was the public sector which used to finance those, but now it can very much be done with some other instruments like the hybrid system and then the kind of other instruments like developing the bond market. On the bond market issue, perhaps it's good that we have thematic bonds issued for a specific purpose. Otherwise, cities would not be sustained financially if this so borrowed money from bonds issue goes to some other purposes than what is designed for the infrastructure. Couple of things you have already mentioned about urban infrastructure, transportation service and everything. One point that was missing in terms of sustainable cities is the slum upgradation. Mostly urbanized cities are having big problem with slums. How do we can mobilize and pool our resources to upgrade the slums? That is fundamental to make cities sustainable. And that is something to address to avoid the disaster risks associated with settlements. So let's also think about the slums and pooling resources, pooling land and pooling other infrastructures to make slum dwellers also some living beings like families. Otherwise, they are living in a very desperate situation. This is one important aspect. The other is the institutional aspect. Sushilji, you were sometimes as the head of the Town Development Fund. The financial institutions which particularly finance urban development in infrastructure are the ones needed to be expanded to see that they go hands in hand to also support the municipalities in terms of financing their needs in infrastructure. But it's not only about infrastructure, it's about human being, it's about safety, it is about livelihood, it's about jobs and everything. In that, how about road safety? Have you been able to discuss road safety issues properly? This is one important thing. And the other is the jobs market. We are going away from agriculture and shifting to urban areas, just the process of urbanization, and then how do we create jobs in the cities, particularly in the services sector, and make those services sustainable? And Charanji, there comes the role of the financing institutions, green financing institutions. The central banks are having their directives issued in terms of financing every credit to be green. So let's see also that there is no greenwash coming in this process. In the pretext of green financing, you might be financing anything. It should not be the case. That should be truly audited by some international agency. And Dr. Loni, if you have some idea, I haven't seen any such institution to really accredit that this kind of financing is really a green financing. Otherwise, it could simply be greenwashing. Let's stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khatioda. It's very inspiring, the message that you have given and some of the area that we have to think of, more about. Thank you so much. I'm not taking more time because we are almost the final issue of the timing. So I would like to, from here, just within 1 minute maybe, that you will be giving your response. I think most of the things that have come up as a suggestions, yeah, instead of queries are like that. So you respond and wherever that is from Padamji now. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Within 1 minute, what I can actually explain is 3 major issues are coming up in audience. Number one is greening infrastructure, which is actually an evolving science. So we have to work together on that. And smart city, government has already passed the smart city indicators now. Based on 4 pillars: the people, infrastructure, economy, and the governance. So we are going to evaluate on that. That is just that's not the smart city that Mr. Casey is saying, but these are the areas in which we can look at the areas in which smartness is gaining or reducing, or where we have to actually invest on. The third one is more like attracting the issues on planning unit, whether we plan for administrative region, administrative boundary, or country, or something like that, because this climate change has opened a different thing, you know. Based on watershed, I think Kathmandu watershed could be a one planning unit, even if there are many administrative units all the way. But if we think in a larger things, then we can find out this the planning unit as a watershed as a planning unit. Then we can cover many things, and this could be a transboundary or the supranational level, or even in the continent, because we have to think of that. The real resiliency goes on that way, and that should affect a kind of settlement pattern in that watershed as well, so that the land use, land risk sensitiveness, risk informedness for settlement could work together on that. I agree on the government. So, but investment things for a smart city could be discussed in different area and different forum. so it actually could happen with the Ministry of Finance and all like that. We don't have more time on that. Thank you very much, Praise.
Maybe Deputy Mayor KMC, maybe 1 minute. Yeah. Is it working? Huh?
Hello. Thank you so much. Let me summarize some of the queries, and also thank you for the feedbacks. Talking about the sister cities or cities that we are collaborating, and also how we are working with entrepreneurs, I would still say that there is so much to do in terms of the cities' relationship and also promoting entrepreneurs and procurement system. I have to say, it's not in a favor of innovation and creativity. Sorry to say that. So we really need to work on that. And the next is there's so many issues and also feedbacks that we have achieved or received today. Thank you for that. Talking about the last highlights, I would say, is actually it's very important to collaborate with vertical and also horizontal stakeholders with different international to national governments, but at the same time it's also important that we collaborate with horizontal stakeholders to actually fight the climate battle. And at the same time, the worst is yet to come and we don't know how it will look like. So for that we are not ready. We really need to work on preparedness. It's not just local government, it's actually collaboration, cooperation, and coexistence. And at the end, what I would highlight is we have Guti system, the social organization structure, and we need to bring the issue to the root. That means how can we bring Guti people and make them sensitized towards the climate issue itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Charan Singh ji, maybe you can highlight very short.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think some important points that were raised, I just would like to mention. In 50s, we developed Chandigarh, a very sustainable city, and that's doing very well. Right now, Government of India, we are developing Greater Noida, another very sustainable city. You're welcome to see it. As far as air pollution is concerned, we had a very big issue about 5 years back. We had crop stubble burning, and that was the issue. We have found alternate ways of handling the crop stubble, and that is to some extent helping us in handling air pollution. So those were the two questions that came. I would like to conclude by a suggestion. Yeah. I think it's very, very important, the point which he just made on the greenwashing. And therefore, I think we need to have in the region shared financing mechanism, which should become part of, like the European Green Deal in that region. I think we need the Himalayan countries come together and have something in the local area, regional climate agreement, where dialogue should play a role and financing should play a very important role so that we can avoid greenwashing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Charan Singh. Now the Mayor Lalitpur.
Okay.
Yeah. 1 minute.
Thank you for the opportunity again. One thing I just forgot to tell you last time, that we are going to operate electric shuttle buses in Patan Darbar Square. Okay, that is going to happen very soon because we are going to get cooperation from the provincial government. Okay, so the next thing is we have obtained quite a big piece of land from Army Lagankhel. So that is going to be converted into a lotus pond, or that is a sort of green and blue fusion project. That is going to happen very soon. Almost 70% work has been done. Okay. The next thing is now one of the gentlemen raised a question regarding this is Greater Kathmandu. So that is required to be addressed by the upcoming amendment of the Constitution. Hopefully, at that same time, the mayor's tenure will also be extended.
So
Then we can do quite a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sahab. Now, Dr. Bindu Lohani, maybe from your observations, maybe can you now give the message, from whatever observation that you have, from this today's program? Yeah.
You want me to do a 2 minutes, 1 minute summary?
Maybe 1.5 minutes.
1.5 minutes. Okay. I think I will try to, not a summary, say a few things in 1 minute. One, let's believe that the cities are the future, is the economic powerhouse. And one of the most important discussion we had, the two mayors. I grew up in Kathmandu, young days, and I retiring now, elderly age in Lalitpur. I think these two guys are really great. I shouldn't say probably in public, but I only vote one of them, but don't both. But nonetheless, in my opinion, they are really trying their best. You may have your own constraint, you may have your own difficulty, but trying the best. I would like to, just to summarize this kind of say, cities do contribute significantly to the climate change. We have to agree. So we must also make sure that our cities, we will make climate friendly. We need that commitment. Commitment is needed, do everything. We also know that based on the science, etc., IPCC, cities will have impact. Even this flood that we had of 2000 will happen again, maybe more intense. So I would suggest that please start assessing the damages done by climate change, prove it, and maybe, like what we had in the earlier session, start thinking of getting economic losses and damage money. I think we haven't done that. Think about really ensuring that somebody will pay for the damage, and such monies are available at the moment. I would also think that although Patan Kathmandus are very close, they need to coordinate their policy. I think, one vehicle, if you say, this vehicle cannot come here, it doesn't work. You have to coordinate your waste management, you have to coordinate all policies and really practices, think as one region, one city, with two cities with one thing. You can't have different kind of policy. I also believe that the emphasis on technology adoption is very limited. We have to have a mindset that if something is so good, people have done in the world, adopt it shamelessly. If something is so good, we need to adapt it, adapt it. If it's so outdated what we're doing, dump it, leapfrog it. I think the mindset for technology adoption and moving forward, it hasn't happened enough in my opinion, based on what I see in the Asia Pacific. And our ability, capacity building, although we may say we know everything, we don't know enough, but we can learn from the best practices. As someone said, let's share knowledge. There are forums where mayors meet, like I go to the Yokohama, you go sometime, the Asian Smart Cities Coalition. Mayors come in, they change their ideas. We have to, if something is good, take it. Take it. I think this knowledge sharing is important. Just feeling that what I know is the best is, to me, as I'm a researcher, is not all. I don't know enough. I'm learning every day. So in short, we really think cities, the younger people would like to live in cities forever. No young children that I've talked to who are studying today would like to be a farmer in the traditional sense. And why not, if they can become like us or even better. So cities should provide, as Dr. Katiwar says, create jobs for all these people, for all kind of things. So in summary, I think thank you, moderator, the cities of the future, let's make even a beautiful city, smart, clean, green, technologically savvy, etc., etc., but let us, it is doable.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bindu Lohani. It's really very much inspiring session this afternoon. The participants have also been engaged very much. And then because I don't have many time, and then Dr. Bindu Lohani, you have also made my sort of the conclusion very easy. Actually, the conclusion, I think some of the messages that we have taken from this session is that we have to go for the integrated planning, considering the DRR and the climate change is one of the measures of the component and the planning. Also, while having the governance, we also have to think about this climate change into action. and the financing also, there should be the framework where different alternative financing can also be considered for the cities to think about the future, not only in the present generation, but also for the future generations. So I'm not taking more time because of this, the constraint. Thank you so much for this active participation, and then the wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you especially to Mayor and the Deputy Mayor from Lalitpur and Kathmandu. Thank you so much. Thank you also Charan Singh ji, you have from the India, that you have shared the experiences from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This session was a truly inspiring and a very engaging, energetic session. But before we leave the stage, we still have a last segment of the session, which is the token of appreciation. We'd like to invite Honorable Ishwari Kharti to the stage, Member of Parliament, to give away the token of appreciation. Firstly, I would like to request Dr. Bindunath Lohani to kindly step forward. Thank you. Secondly, I would like to request Dr. Sushil Gyawali to step forward. Moving on with our panel members, Mr. Padam Kumar Mainali, could you please step forward? Mr. Chiri Babu Maharjan, could you kindly please step forward? Moving on, Ms. Sunita Dangul, can you please step forward? And Mr. Charan Singh, could you please step forward? Thank you all for your invaluable insights. And before we leave the stage, we would like to request a group photo with the whole panel members. Thank you all for your invaluable insights and your time. Since we have already overlapped with the next panel session, therefore, without any further ado, I would like to introduce other panel. But before that, I would like to request everyone to be seated. Attention, everybody. Distinguished guests, I would really request everybody to be seated. As we're already far behind schedule and already we need to start our next panel. My humble request again to the volunteers to kindly escort the participants back to their seat. Now, as we are already behind the schedule, therefore, without any further ado, let's begin our next session, which is on bridging science and technology for mountain resilience, with the objective of inspiring innovation by bringing ancient and traditional knowledge with present-day scientific and technological knowledges. And to moderate this session, I would like to request Dr. Sangam Shastra, Dean of School of Engineering and Technology, to kindly come up stage. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished participants. It's my honor to moderate this parallel session on bridging science and technology for mountain resilience as the first edition of this Sagarmatha Sambad. I think we have already seen and also heard a lot of presentation on how the climate change is impacting the mountain ecosystems, mountain livelihoods, for example, caused by the glacier melting, flash floods, droughts. Also, there are some other hazards like landslides and so on. Having said that, there are the mountainous communities which are reservoir of the indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and if we can combine this indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge with emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, remote sensing and satellite images, I think they can create kind of solutions which are used for the adaptation to the climate change impact in the mountainous region. So this session aims to create the synergies between how to integrate the indigenous knowledge or indigenous practices with the emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and remote sensing, so that it can co-create the solutions to minimize the impact of climate change in the mountainous community. At the same time, how do we implement those kind of adaptive solutions by bringing the policies and also the institutions and also scaling up those kind of adaptive solutions. First of all, I would like to invite our keynote speaker to provide the insights on how the IPCC assessment report findings on impact of climate change on mountainous community, and also what are the indigenous knowledge or indigenous practices that are adaptive to the impacts created by climate change to the mountainous community. So let me invite Mr. Abdullah Moqsit, Secretary of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I think he doesn't need any introduction. He has been instrumental in advancing the global climate science and has been shaping the IPCC's vision for inclusive adaptation. Mr. Moqsit has received Morocco's highest honor for his role in modernizing meteorological services, including the National Order of Merit, Excellent Class, and Throne Order, and he brings over 3 decades of the leadership in meteorology and climate science. So may I invite Mr. Moqsit to deliver the keynote speech, and then we will move to the panel discussion session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear moderator. So, first of all, on behalf of IPCC, I want really to thank the government of Nepal for this timely and vital events. And also I want to thank and congratulate the organizers for the facility and smoothness of this event and also the conceptualization of this event. But let me start already by asking the room, even if it is a little bit empty, who are the people involved in IPCC as author or bureau member or reviewer? Please raise your hand. Even the secretariat people. So I think you saw that quickly they raised their hand quickly. They are proud to be in the family of IPCC. One objective of my statement, my presentation, is at the end of my presentation, all of you, all of the Romanian, will be happy to be involved in IPCC work. So this is my objective of this presentation. So further, I prepared the presentation, and let me highlight to you that IPCC, when it was established in 1998 by the World Meteorological Organization and United Nations ONE program, it was established with the objective and the role to assess the research, not to do research, but to transform the voice of science to the policymaker. And this is, we can see in this slide, all the assessment by IPCC and how they were really critical input for UNFCCC. But also I want to highlight that the assessment from IPCC are common belonging between scientists and governments. The summary for policymakers, which is document about 30 to 40 pages, it is approved line by line by the panel, by governments. Of course, the scientists are providing this draft to be approved, and the governments are approving it line by line. At the end, it is a product from scientists, but selected and approved by governments. So this is something we should highlight, and this is why I am forced to use some, when I am reading, I should read all this paragraph word by word to be really honest with governments. So the first slide says that science is clear, and climate change is already affecting every region on our planet, including this region. The scientific evidence is unequivocal. Climate change is a threat to human well-being and the health of the planet. Any further delay is in concerted global action will miss the brief, rapidly closing window to secure a livable future. The time for action is now, unless there are immediate and deep emission reduction across all sectors. 1.5 degrees C is beyond reach. Our choices will reverberate for hundreds, even thousands of years. This is word by word was agreed. And let me highlight that when our chair, the former chair, presented the outcome for 6th cycle, he came with 3 key words. The first word was warning. Warning, the warning from IPCC is saying that the rhythm of climate change is bringing negative impact on societies, on ecosystems, and all kind of sign of life. It says also, beside the warning, there is a hope. The hope. And the hope that says that there are solutions, there are possibilities, there are new behaviors that can guarantee that we will be able to tackle climate change.
So warning, hope, and as well as challenges. There are challenges to make hope a reality. One challenge is to halve emission by half in the horizon of 2030. One of the challenges. So, next slide. You know, you are here, you are better than me, but me also, I am coming from, my born city is a mountainous city. And in general, the mountains are more than just majestic landscape. They are the guardian of water and biodiversity and the home of more than 670 million people. The IPCC latest report, the sixth assessment report, and as well as our special report about ocean and cryosphere, demonstrated and they clearly underscore the urgency of the action. So I think there is no discussion about the urgency of action. So I think, and this is the other slide. The other slide says that, and this is very interesting, I want really to draw your attention that it is not about just glacier melting or any, let's say, collapse in ice. It is about their linkages with biodiversity. And also, not only this, it is also their linkages even by sign of economies. If you have melting ices, the mountains will lose their attractivity for tourism. They also can lose their possibility to produce in agriculture and so on. They are connected to also any economical sector. So this is the kind of thing we should pay attention. So also something which is really very important. And this is something I was really happy to follow many parallel side events. Mountains are also connected to extreme events. Like in terms of landslide, snow avalanches, or floods. They are also linked to changing water availability and quality. And also, in terms of extreme event, if you are not conserving this track, so conserve to be under 1.5, I think all these extreme events, all these dangers will be amplified. So also, there are some aspects linked to all of how we can use the resources. And I wanted to connect it to what I heard in any parallel session, is that I can take one example. I am from Morocco, and in 1995, I went back because it is connected to science technology. In Orica region of Marrakesh, near Topkal. Topkal is peak with a peak of 4,165. We did have a thunderstorm with landslides and so. The event did have more than 400 deaths. More than 400 deaths and many, many damages. 2005, 10 years after, the same event, the same circumstance, no death. This is something we should really, but you notice that I used 1995, then 10 years after 2005, 10 years. But now the rhythm of extreme events is not like this, difference of time. Now the rhythm is accelerated, the intensity is more. That means we should more and more adapt to this extreme event with a real maximum of preparedness. So something I want to share with you as well is about, in front of all this, and it is also connected to the role of science and also technology. But no science, no technology is useful if it is not used to adapt, to install a good adaptation. Because adaptation, when it is well implemented, shows many benefits. But of course, we should think about how you can use efficient adaptation. You should also avoid maladaptation. And to do this, to avoid maladaptation, to go for efficient adaptation, you need more science, more technology. Well, the implementation is rather practical and pragmatic, and where the sustainability of this implementation is guaranteed. Because sometimes with new science, new technology, when you have funding once, you can implement, but if you are not ensuring the sustainability of this project, this technique, you will lose afterward. And this is something which is important, and this is something that really, for which we should really pay attention. Now, we just conclude the 6th cycle of IPCC. And we started the 7th cycle. We already did have 3 plenaries, and we are still in the process of preparing the 7th cycle. And we already agreed on the outline for the whole package in China a few months ago. And I am pleased to inform you that the mountains region will be included in this outline. This is my appeal to you, all you scientists. Be aware that you will have some chapters or some cross-cutting chapter about mountain. So all the experts in this domain, please be ready to be involved in this process as expert reviewer, or as contributor, or as selected lead author, or selected coordinating lead author. So what is coming in 7th cycle will really highlight the role of mountain as well. So time to time it is necessary to highlight what was really agreed in concrete way. Is that in adopting its program of work, I should read. I told you I should read word by word, because I know that even there are some delegations who are really keen to, I can read word by word paragraph of IPCC. In adopting its program of work, the IPCC emphasized that the 7th assessment cycle will be robust, comprehensive, accurate, inclusive, and use diverse literature and knowledge sources, including drawing on indigenous people knowledge and local community knowledge. This is, I want really, because it is connected to indigenous people, local knowledge, and this is something we are paying attention for. What it means? That means, first of all success stories related to local knowledge should be incorporated in our 7th assessment cycle. And my appeal also to you, for any contribution, when you are playing any role in IPCC, to provide those comments that you should not forget any local knowledge, any possibility that can improve the quality of our 7th cycle. It should be inclusive, but it should be not only solution-oriented, but it should be also implementation, solution-oriented report. This is our objective. So the evidence is clear. The time of action is now. So let me, before concluding this, and I want really to recognize in the room our focal point for Nepal to IPCC, as well as the Bureau member, as all our CLEs, as well as all lead authors. And I think the room is full of our authors and our team that is involved. The focal point is coming now. He's walking. I was speaking about him. You know, you have an active focal point. So I think, I ask him to, I am speaking about him. I am speaking about you. So I think he is the man, and for any nomination, any process, please be sure that connecting, having his contact, this will really create a sort of possibility for all the experts in your country and even to be involved in IPCC process. This is, I think, what really I want to highlight. I want really to congratulate you for your effort, and also if the presence of many authors from Nepal are there, also thanks to you. And so I want also to recognize that we have also Bureau members who are really doing an extra job, and I think this is something we should highlight for the example of Nepal. So also by concluding, also I want really to highlight to you that it is time of, and this is connected to all these events. It is time we attend many parallel events today and yesterday, and all of them are speaking about extreme events. They are also speaking about cities. But let me highlight two things. Now it is time of vigilance. We are speaking about vigilance in general, but it is time to install climate vigilance. And as the vigilance is built on a triptych, first, to be vigilant, you should have the best information system. To be vigilant, you should have the capacity of reaction. To be vigilant, you should have the capacity of prevention. It is like, you know that military commando are the one like this. We need to transform each one as climate technical commando. This is one. Second thing is, we attended a session about managing the risk, and Simon, and also the process how we manage all the crises. Now we are in time when we need to transform risk management in knowledge risk management. Why? Because in 60s, in last cycle, we were dealing with crisis management. Why? Because we did have the capacity to react. Then we started discussing about risk management. Why? We needed a sort of time to gain some time to take action. But with the rhythm of extreme event this time, with the intensity of those extreme events, with the incapacity of all the countries, even developed, to face extreme events like inundation, like heat wave, like fires. Some developed countries are, having some death in fires. We need more extra time. This is why we introduced this knowledge risk management, in order to have enough time in advance. The last thing, and it is also connected to your session, and it was my case. I think reacting, adapting to climate change, it is not the business of just scientists. It is not the business of governments. It is the business of the community. If rural women in developing country is not informed about the risk she's facing. If any department, any sector, any decision maker are not involved in the process, I think anything cannot work. And this is why I think the inclusivity is there, the seamless and the integrated approach is there, and now we should really look for all the elements that can offer the possibility to be transformed as a climate commando, and also to install the vigilance. Once again, I want all of you to be aware and to visit our website in IPCC. There is enough information. And also, I want you to come an IPCC family member by just being an expert reviewer or being author, contributor, and why not to be lead author as well as coordination lead author. And you have many demonstrations in this room, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moksit. I think you have emphasized again what are the impact of the climate change on the mountainous ecosystem, and also the urgent need to co-create the adaptive solutions to minimize the impact of climate change and mountain ecosystem. At the same time, it is also good to know that IPCC seventh assessment report will incorporate this mountain topic in the report. So probably in this room, maybe a lot of experts, they can contribute to the IPCC seventh assessment report. Now I would like to go for the panel discussion session, and I would like to invite our esteemed panelists. We have 4 panelists. I would like to invite Dr. Viva Dhawan. She is the Director General of the Energy Resource Institute, and she also served as a Vice Chancellor of TERI School of Advanced Studies, and she has tremendous experience of working in the biotechnology, precision agriculture, and so on. So it's an honor to have you, Dr. Viva Dhawan. The next esteemed panelist is Dr. Madhav Karki. So I would like to invite Madhav Karki in the dais. Dr. Madhav Karki is former advisor to the former Prime Minister of Nepal, and also recently he served as the Chief Advisor to the Minister of Environment and also the Climate Change. He has wealth of experience working on the biodiversity issues, natural resources management, and sustainable development. Then next I would like to invite Dr. Stefan Snyder-Burr, the head of the GLOMOS United Nations University. GLOMOS stands for Global Mountain Safeguard Research Programs of the United Nations University, and he brings a wealth of experience on the analysis, assessment, management of risk and impacts to climate and natural hazards in mountainous regions worldwide. And next distinguished panelist is Professor Klaus Huback. He is the professor in the University of Groningen, and he is also visiting professor at the University of Maryland, and his research models interactions between human and environmental systems with over 200 peer-reviewed publications on climate change, irrigation, land use, and sustainability. So with this, I would like to proceed for the questions to the panelists. Actually, I planned for the 2 rounds of panel discussion, but I have been getting several warnings that we must finish this session by 4:30. So I'll try my best to wrap up by 4:30. But let me start with round 1, which is more focused on the how do we synergize between the emerging technology and also the indigenous knowledge, local practices to enhance the adaptation in the mountainous communities. So first, I would like to ask Dr. Viva Dhawan. Actually, she has been working in the biotechnology and precision agriculture for several decades, and I think you have vast experience on how do we connect this, the emerging technologies like biotechnology, precision agriculture, and also the regenerative agriculture now with the indigenous knowledge and indigenous practices, especially in the South Asian region. So I want to start from here, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And in fact, over yesterday also, there was one session on food. One of the problems with, if we look at, and we always say that traditional foods were much better nutritionally, we talk about use of millets and local varieties which were far more resilient to climate change than the varieties which we are using today. Now, what is the challenge before us? And that is that we are too many, the population. The other is the way the climate is changing. We really have to act very fast in terms of developing new varieties. Now, therefore, what we are looking at, that there are 2 sets of things. One is, or the challenges, one is that we must meet nutritional needs. We must conserve the biodiversity. What is the importance of biodiversity? Let's first discuss on that. Biodiversity basically is the varieties, or rather center of origin of those varieties was where lots and lots of varieties still exist. That is basically a gene pool. And that is where the resilience is going to come from. What are we doing typically in plant breeding? We take one plant which has 90% of the characters that you require, and maybe 10% are the undesirable kind of things. You breed it with another variety, and that is how you incorporate. Now, there is a possibility, because in these last so many years, we exactly know which gene is conferring what character. And therefore, rather than getting into back-crossing and years of testing in the field, can we think of incorporating that gene directly into plant? The other is, which is more common and not many questions asked, is gene editing. Can we get rid of those sequences in the plant genome that we don't require? For example, you have excellent variety, but it contains a couple of amino acids which are not good for human health. So you want to knock them out. So that is what is possible through biotechnology. Now let's come to the other challenge, because see, earlier, water, we never even thought. We thought we have a common aquifer, wrong policies in terms of water pricing, and agriculture is a very sensitive subject for any government. You want the food to be made available to masses at an affordable price, and therefore we also give lots and lots of subsidies on fertilizer or water. Electricity in my country, in many states, is free if it is being used for agriculture. But then it is misused as well. So the areas which are not suited for a particular crop, for example, paddy, we keep on extracting more and more water. And what is becoming a problem, especially in the Himalayan states, is also that the heavy metals, they start coming up. And also let's look at the subsidies on fertilizers. Like we give in India, we give almost 90% subsidy on urea. It's a huge burden on the government, but then it is being misused by the farmer. We broadcast, we don't even use urea applicators so that it is made available to the plant in the root zone. And then we face climate change, because part of the urea, nitrogen part of it, is getting converted into nitrous oxide, and quite a bit, almost 80% of it, it pollutes your aquifers and your water remains no more potable. Now, what is the solutions? And we do have solutions, and that is what we say, like precision agriculture, can our farmers afford? They, in a way, if the government subsidy is shifted from urea to precision agriculture, and you look into have a sort of 5-10 year time frame, then you recover the cost as well. And let's also count health. The other is that if you go for precision agriculture, along with the new technologies, emerging technologies, you have data when it's going to rain, so how much of water should be given to the plant in the week before the rain starts, or a day before. If it's going to rain tomorrow, why should I water my plants today? And give them as much water that is absorbed by the root. And so you save on water. And third technology, which I personally feel is going to be extremely important for mountainous region, because many of those areas are organic, but they cannot get their crop certified because there is runoff from the other state, other farm, and they have small land holdings. So over there it is that, look at it, technologies like nano fertilizer. Your requirement of the fertilizer is reduced almost to 10%, so no more government subsidies, so government should look into that. And you spray nano fertilizer directly on the leaf. So nothing goes to the air, nothing goes to water. So it's the cleanest technology if you really want to control climate change. And let's also look into, because something which is neglected in agriculture is also our animals and methane production from them. Let's work on nutrients for them as well as enzymes, which can ultimately result in reduced methane production. And even things like algae, if you grow them in seawater or otherwise wastewater, it cleans the water as well as it captures carbon dioxide and it gives you the nutrients for cattle feed. So that's what we have to combine the two. We have to look into the vast germplasm which is available with the farmers today and use them for further improvement of crops. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Viva. I think you mentioned about not only the, how do we integrate these indigenous technologies with the emerging technologies, but also, what should be the policies and other mechanism we should follow. Yeah, thank you very much. So now I would like to move to Dr. Madhav Karki. So you have immense experience working on this, the traditional knowledge, or you prefer to call it as indigenous knowledge for several years. And I would like to ask you about if there are any concrete examples from your work where traditional knowledge, or you prefer to say as indigenous knowledge and modern science that have been successfully co-applied for climate resilience in mountain ecosystems, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sesn, for this opportunity. But at the outset, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. We are in the session of mountain resilience. For me, the concept of mountain resilience is the resilience of the socio-ecological system in the mountains. Socio-ecological system is a concept where we think of integrative landscape. Japan has launched International Satoyama Initiative based on the socio-ecological system. Socio-ecological system is shaped by interaction between people and nature, people and ecosystems. And indigenous people for centuries have been implicitly adapting and practicing resilient approaches in managing their natural resources. In Nepal, actually, we have many case studies in forest management, in pasture management, in water management, in suspension bridges, in settlements. But I would like to share one that stands out among all others. Many my Nepalese colleagues must have heard Argeli irrigation system, which is located in Palpa districts of Nepal. Actually, Argeli irrigation system is a university in local water management. It's so rich. Argeli irrigation system actually started 450, nearly 5 centuries ago. The trigger was that the king started a temple in Redi, and that temple needed rice. So the people had to grow rice. And they started this irrigation project. And in those days, we didn't have modern knowledge, but the water had to be brought from 4 kilometers away from the upstream in a rocky terrain. So the indigenous people, they use knowledge, which is really amazing, by digging canal, by also constructing tunnels, and then bringing the water to grow rice. That traditional wisdom still is utilized in managing this irrigation system, which is still sustainable, which is resilient. This is actually a testament to the ability of our local communities, how a sustainable and equitable and resilient water management system can be maintained. If you visit, it's really, really amazing. I mean, very rich in knowledge. But I would like to say that how they are becoming adaptive. So they started with one canal because the needs was very small, and then water sources were not a problem. But as the water demand started growing, they added, in Nepali they call Jeti, Maili, Saili, Kanchi canals. So we have 4 canals. And then once you bring water, there is always water allocation issue that everyone should be given equitable, all the settlement. So they divided this Pani Sancho, water key, so that Pani is distributed equally. And then it has to be maintained. So they call it Kulara or Pani Karaune, which means that every year before the monsoon begins, everyone has to go and contribute in maintaining the canal. This canal is still, this irrigation system is maintained, and local communities are involved, and the governance local communities have not given to the government. When they needed this modern knowledge, because it was, as the water sources were drying, it took 5 hours from source to the command area or to the rice field to travel for the water to travel. So they use the modern technology like cement lining of the canal, using the iron rods to strengthen the canals, and all the irrigation management technologies which exist now. And what it took about 5 hours for the water to traverse, now it takes 65 minutes. So this is really, I would say, an excellent blend of traditional knowledge and modern knowledge, and more important, as they say, in the current challenges which they are also facing, the climate change challenges, wherein the water sources are drying, they are managing these challenges by becoming more efficient, by improving their governance, by also changing and adapting their cropping practices, their farming practices. So I would say, because I don't have much time, but I would like to say that this provides you that indigenous knowledge. If you build your system on the traditional wisdom, indigenous, and these days I'm very happy that IPCC's General Secretary mentioned that the 7th cycle report will have a very strong presence of indigenous and local knowledge. And IPLC, indigenous and local knowledge is the language in IK and LK now the UN system uses. So I'm very happy, and you can see here that both indigenous and local knowledge or traditional knowledge are very much integrated with modern knowledge, and the system is made resilient. I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Madhav. I think that's a very good example of how the indigenous knowledge or indigenous practices are existing, and you gave a good example of the irrigation systems for Nepal. Probably that can be integrated with the emerging technologies and probably scale up as adaptive solutions to the climate change in mountainous region.
One second. And this is documented here. It's published by government of Nepal with support from the ADB. Thank you.
Then I would like to move to Dr. Stefan. We talked about the indigenous knowledge and also the practices, but at the same time, I think we require lots of data and information for the impact assessment, and also create the adaptive solutions to minimize the impact on the mountainous region. And one of the issues, I think, in the several other parallel sessions also, it was highlighted that data is always limited. We don't have enough data. We don't have the reliable data. So from your experience working in this GLOMOS program of United Nations universities, how can these emerging technologies like remote sensing and spatial data tools be made more accessible and useful to the mountainous communities, please?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Shrestha. And I'm really honored to be able to talk here. Good afternoon, everybody. And I tried to say something that has not been said during the many other panels we had before, which is not easy. Yes, so we have lots of new technologies, and they are frequently and continuously improving for new data provision, better data provision through remote sensing, for example, and producing lots of spatial data at many different scales. So the technologies are permanently improving, and we have lots of data around. We have lots of data that would be very helpful for the management of social ecological systems, so really covering all parts of the mountain systems we are looking at. In my background, it's mainly about climate risk management and governance. So the data is around, but often it's not used, and often it's not exploited in the way it could be exploited in order to address all these problems that we have, in particular in mountain regions, because in mountain regions, we don't have a very homogeneous situation. No? We go 500 meters up and down, or 500 meters around the corner, and we suddenly face totally different situations. So, but there are many of these data sets are around, but they are not used appropriately. So I try to summarize some points why I think, or what I think could be done in order to change that. And lots of these points have been mentioned before, but we just have to continue working on them. So the first point would be, and this links a lot to what we've heard in the last other sessions and panels as well, the term of climate justice. So the data is around there, but it's not accessible by people in the same way. So we have to make sure that data always comes with a certain cost. Yeah? We have to be very aware that data comes with costs, but that climate justice means that the free access to data relevant, in particularly for mountain communities, vulnerable communities without lots of resources, are able to have access to the data that is relevant for the management of their territory. And often these data come from global players with very strong financial interests, so we need to find mechanisms to make this data free accessible. Second point is we have many initiatives out there. We have heard about a lot of them here already in the various panels. And for those of you who go to different conferences dealing with scientific topics, you will see lots of initiatives, programs, platforms that provide data, but we need a better coordination of those different platforms and sources. Cooperation and coordination of those data sources to be more efficient in using the resources that we have, and also to ease the user in to having access to this data. The third point would be capacity development and education. It is very complex. The arising and upcoming scientific tools, they have always been very scientific and complex, but increasingly so. Though I don't know how many of us have an idea what really artificial intelligence means. So imagine all of us, we have difficulties to understand that, or most of us. So to be able to explain to stakeholders, decision makers in mountain communities what tools and data sets exist and what they mean, this is a part of the capacity development that is urgently needed. And then we have to distinguish a little bit between the target groups. We do not have to explain everything in detail to everybody, but we have to raise awareness of what's around, and we have to train specific people in also be able to use and really exploit and analyze the data. The fourth point would be the digital gap that we also have heard already today before. So the issue of, again, very mountain-specific problem to be covered with the access to the internet, to have a certain level of digital literacy, to be able to use computers and apps and so on, what's on there, in order to use the tools and the data that is out there. And the very last point that also links a bit more already to the issue of indigenous and local knowledge is that we have to be aware that many of these data sets out there are not context specific. And in order to really take decisions, appropriate decisions at the very local level, we always have to be context specific, and then the indigenous and local knowledge comes into the play. So I stop here for the moment.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Stefan. I think you highlighted about the availability of data, and at the same time, there is a capacity building need to utilize those data, be it for assessment purpose or also for the creating these adaptive solutions, especially for the mountainous community. So now I would like to move to Professor Klaus. I think Professor Klaus has a lot of experience in using this participatory modeling approach for the creating solutions that integrate the local communities and also the scientific models. So based on your experience with participatory modeling and stakeholder engagement, how can best include stakeholders in such processes, and what is the value of such engagement to co-create adaptive solutions to minimize the climate change impact on the mountainous communities?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So this will draw from experiences before I moved to the Netherlands, where there aren't any mountains to note of. So I've worked before in Austria, UK, and other places in mountain areas. And let me just motivate why we want to use participatory modeling. So for example, we were invited to work with communities that help to deal with land use conflicts, conservation issues, and adaptation issues. And so in this example that we experienced many times, for example, a moorland owner would stand up and says the best way to manage the land is to burn patches that creates biodiversity, that allows for hunting, and is very good for the local economy. Then a tourist manager would stand up, no, we need grassland. It's a cultural landscape that we had for hundreds of years. It supports sheep economy. Then there would be an argument about how many sheep should be there, if any at all, or if we should have rewilding. A water company representative would stand up and say, burning and sheep create lots of dissolved organic carbon, which creates costs, which have to be borne by urban populations. in cities that want cheap and clean water. Each of those stakeholder groups would produce numbers and evidence to support their claims. Those numbers might come from different mountains, different catchments, different time periods, or different planet altogether, just not based on scientific evidence. So for this, we used and further developed this approach, participatory modeling, which helps and facilitates this exchange of and bringing together of local knowledge, models and scientific data. So it's building models with stakeholder inputs to be used by stakeholders for adaptation processes. So as the name indicates, it actively involves stakeholders at the local level and combines different types of knowledge as well as indigenous knowledge with models and science to help decision-making in complex socio-ecological systems. Such involvement and frameworks can range from simple providing information, knowledge transfer, to collaborative model building, which we aimed for in our examples, where stakeholders are engaged in the problem definition, in the problem framing, in the priority setting, in the option formulation, and in the model evaluation. So models are co-produced in an iterative social learning process. So what are some of the advantages of this? These models tend to be more accurate and relevant to the specific context, as also was pointed out by previous speakers, as there's data and situations change very quickly over altitudes, but also given different cultural contexts. This approach fosters consensus amongst stakeholders and therefore helps build trust, which is very important, and reduces conflicts. It helps building capacity. People involved have a higher sense of ownership, and which helps to implement solutions that the process comes up with or proposes. And therefore it provides better decision making by integrating diverse perspectives and knowledge. We have been applying this not only in upland areas, but also me personally, for example, in coastal areas, but it has been used all over in different regions around the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Klaus. I think indeed that's one of the powerful tool to integrate these solutions for the decision makers, this participatory modeling approach. Now I would like to go for the second round. I think you have already highlighted what are the indigenous knowledge, indigenous practices that are available, the data accessibility, and also the tool on how to integrate these knowledge practices which are indigenous in nature to the emerging technology. So my questions in second round revolves around what kind of policy, regulations, and also what kind of institutional setups are required for the implementation of these solutions identified, and how we can scale up in the mountainous region. So I would like to come back to Dr. Viva about the policy and institutional challenges you have experienced during this 15 to 20 years of working in this field, biotechnology, precision agriculture, or you would say sustainable agricultural technology, especially in the mountainous community.
Yeah, well, mountains, in a way, I'll say that it's a very unique ecosystem, and even the challenges and what we are discussing today, if we look at, especially agriculture, when India got independence, the average income of farmer was about 50% of average Indian. Today it has reduced to 20%. If we look at mountainous region, again the challenges are that agriculture is no more a profession that the next generation, this generation wants to follow. And that is also resulting in migration. Let's look at what are the major factors. And one of the things in mountains is that it rains, you don't know what to do with water, but when it doesn't rain, there is no water. And even for drinking purposes, you have to collect water. So accessibility of water and usage of water in agriculture, that is what the government should look into. The other is that mountains, they are largely, even today, they are practicing natural cultivation. I won't call it organic because they cannot get the certification. But then for natural cultivation, we are not incentivizing them. We are not even giving them new technologies like biofertilizer. And then is it we are compensating them because their productivity is comparatively lower? They are the ones who are custodians of biodiversity. We are actually not giving them enough. On the policy side, therefore, it is that understand their problems and look into how the water can be provided to them, how the fertilizer can be provided to them, and how their produce, which is naturally produced, should get premium in the market. It can be done, and I'll say where there is a will, there is a way, and I feel very confident that biofertilizer like mycorrhiza, it has a long way to go. And similarly, if we talk about nanofertilizer, it will also help us in distinguishing between a crop which is fertilized versus the crop which is organically produced so that they can get premium in the market. And third thing which I urge to the government, and it's not done anywhere in the world, while we are talking of sustainability in every issue, we are still not talking about sustainably produced crops. And I'm sure there will be market for them. All of us will be willing to pay 10%, 15% extra the moment it is sustainably produced. And last but not the least, where I also see that there is a great hope, and that is with decentralized energy production, because why our mountainous region or our rural India our rural parts have remained poor is because they were not energy sufficient. Now, of course, there is that all villages are electrified, but then let's also look into decentralized energy production so that they don't remain just producer of food, rather they become entrepreneurs, they process that food so that there is value addition at site. And those products, once they are brought, and really speaking right from the beginning, we should look into what kind of infrastructure should be set up over there, what sort of controls we should bring in so that the quality is maintained, and also help them with marketing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Viva. I think, yeah, you highlighted what should be the, the policy instruments from the governments. Especially you highlighted the subsidies and other incentives. And at the same time, how these, practices can be scaled up, right? So then I would like to move to Dr. Madhav Karki. I think you mentioned about the indigenous knowledge and practices, especially referring to the irrigation system in Nepal. And if you, recommend the governments to scale it up, what kind of practical steps you will recommend, especially in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, to take systematically include this indigenous knowledge into national adaptation strategies?
Thank you. Building on my previous example, I think to fight climate change, I think we first of all have to think climate change, if you just address climate change, you will not get the resilient solutions. You have to take all the crises together. Now we call polycrisis, or we call triple planetary crisis, or now we are also calling multidimensional environmental crisis. So climate change, to fight climate change, we need to also think of the biodiversity, we need to think of food system, we have to think of pollution. So first of all, I think what I'm talking about is a very integrative and multidimensional system. I am associated with Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. It's a UN Biodiversity Panel. I am the multidisciplinary expert panel member. We recently released 2 reports. These are 2 milestone reports called Nexus Assessment and Nexus among the 4 elements of climate change, biodiversity, food, and health. And then another one is the transformative change, in which I was also involved as a management committee member. Now, the findings of those very policy relevant assessment reports is actually building on the reports of IPCC R6 and other reports, Global Assessment of IPBES and also Global Environment Outlook 6. So based on that and recognizing that as in the Himalayan region, they are rich in biodiversity, but they are also rich in indigenous and local knowledge. So recognizing this and also recognizing that there are 7 principles of resilience building, and these apply to mountain. And at least 4 of those principles, and these principles have very, they demand integration of indigenous local knowledge. I don't have time to go into those principles, but based on that, and based on the findings of this very science relevant, very policy relevant message, I have 5 points. First of all, positive outcomes for people and nature are feasible if we adopt integrative, holistic, and multiple response options. So your options, while you are responding to water scarcity, you have to also then strengthen your forest ecosystem, you have to also strengthen your infrastructure, and you have to also make your food system resilient. So the first point is the positive outcome is possible, that we can fight these multiple crises. Second, conservation strategies that involve sustainable stewardship, stewardship towards nature, and that is done by IPLC, indigenous people and local communities. So that these indigenous people, they have been coexisting with nature, co-producing nature ecosystem services. So conservation is not possible without involving local communities. That's my second point. And third, inclusive, accountable, and adaptive governance system play a pivotal role. And here, I think the role of government is quite clear, but they have to involve diverse stakeholders, which means indigenous and local communities have to be involved in governance. Actually, I think the addressing climate change and all the other crises is more of a governance issue rather than science issue now. And that's why the governance, I think, is the first thing we need to address. Now, the fourth point is you have to recognize, the government has to recognize, empower, and strengthen indigenous and local knowledge and indigenous people and local community by building their capacity and the institutions. Actually, indigenous knowledge and indigenous and local knowledge does not exist if the indigenous and local institutions do not exist. And actually, the deputy mayor of Kathmandu city very nicely said, the GUTI, the indigenous institutions, if you don't strengthen them, you cannot get. It will be very difficult to have a resilient city, the Kathmandu city. And finally, governments are the key enablers. So government has to take the lead. And the government, to take the lead, they have to adopt whole of society, whole of government approaches, which means the inclusive, and it has to be equitable approaches, and they can do it by deploying innovative financial tools, by having enabling policy and regulatory framework. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Madhav. That's 5 points recommendations for the governments in the Hindu-Kush Himalayan region. Since we have participants here, before coming back to Professor Klaus and Dr. Stephen, I would like to give opportunity to the participants for a few questions to the panelists. If you have any questions, just be brief and also introduce yourself, and probably you can, directly ask questions to the panelists. Yeah, please. I would like to take probably 2 or 3 questions and then move to panelists. Yeah, thank you. Please, Dr. Anil.
Thank you very much. My name is Anil Mishra from UNESCO. I was expecting in this session, Bridging Science and Technology, talk about open science. Many of the science data that we produce are very closed, and it's not inclusive. We really need to engage citizens. And we need to have open science, open calibration, open validation, open review process, and then it will create buy-in effect by the community. And that is what I expected from the panelists, if there are any specific examples. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, I will follow the geographical distribution also. Yeah, maybe let's second. Yeah, please.
Hello, thank you. This is Binay from Institute for Global Environmental Strategy, Japan. So I would like to basically touch on this indigenous and local knowledge system. Also, I would like to say traditional knowledge system. And I have been working in this for over 5 or 6 years now. And one thing we are trying to do is how we can apply this knowledge system for climate adaptation. And what we have found is, of course, this knowledge system is important, but they are also vulnerable to climate impact. So we should not forget that part. And second is this knowledge is eroding very fast. And one of the challenging aspects we are facing is how we can scale up this solution with the modern technology. To give you an example, there is an indigenous technology which can save potato for 1 year without anything. And we are promoting you take potato, the cold storage, which is energy. But what we don't find is science is not telling or doing anything to validate this kind of thing. And the result is that when we go for upscale solution, like the donors, like ADB or other, they are reluctant to invest. So there is no de-risking model. So I'd like to ask what science could play in this regard. And of course, IPCC is doing this, so I'm very glad that I hope a wonderful report will come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I will stop here because I have, pressure to finalize by 4:30. So if time remains, I will come back to you. So if any panelists would like to respond to the question of open science, please feel free to answer.
Thank you. I think that's a very important question. We talk of, this open science, and we feel that the open access literature, I think, is one way, where we have some equitable access to the scientific data. But we have the indigenous and local knowledge as well, and those data need to be captured as well. So we have the citizen science, and in Nepal, citizen science have been applied, where schools are involved in collecting meteorological data, and we have a lot of indigenous and local knowledge holders in the communities. We have to, of course, involve them, empower them, and strengthen their institutions. So I'm sure this can.
Yeah, thank you. I think Mr. Moksit, you want to respond to that question?
Quickly, I think, thank you, Anil, for this question, because now it is time of, new science, open science, and also even IPCC is basing his work on peer-reviewed literature. Let me highlight that 6 cycle, we based our work in 100,000 peer-reviewed literature, but this is 6 cycle. Now, it will be 500,000. And I think this is just peer-reviewed literature. And this is why I think there is something in our 7th cycle, and following the vision of the chair, Jimsky, we will have an expert meeting, a workshop that really deal with something which is really important and innovative in this cycle. We will have this, it will be based in 2 tracks. One track is dealing with artificial intelligence, these new technologies, and all the aspects. And the other track is indigenous people, local knowledge, and how we can really have this parallelism, and this is something which is really important. One thing which is really also important, linked to the intervention of colleague, I think we were speaking about the past, but it is clear that now science is, is progressing. Technology are progressing, and I think even the utilization of this new technology should be taken in process of adaptation. How we can adapt new technology to ensure their sustainability without forgetting the involvement of all local people. Because at the end, in the mountain, in this local population, we need to bring to them something they will adapt to their context, and they will ensure sustainability and will take benefit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I can come back to Dr. Viva. Maybe I can come back to Professor Klaus and Dr. Stefan if you have any response to the questions related to open science. Yeah, please.
I wanted to respond to
sure,
the other colleague, please. Just to say, that it's a crucial part, and I think also you mentioned that before, the value of qualitative data, but at the same time it's very context specific, and upscaling is one big issue, and I think science has to work more on finding ways how to upscale things. So it's very, very important that we look into that and to value then the existing knowledge and see how far it is valuable in other regions as well. And I just wanted to make one last comment, given that the time is so short, because we talk so much about indigenous and local knowledge, but we have not talked about the property right of this knowledge. In particular, when it comes to new tools like artificial intelligence, where lots of data is fed into systems and disappear into systems. And we always say, as a scientist, we go and we consider local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, but we do not respect the property right of this knowledge appropriately so far. I just want to throw that in.
Thank you. And Professor Klaus, would you like to respond to any of the question?
Well, maybe just quickly to the open science question. Of course, now the funding agencies are recognizing how important open science is, and so we are required to publish in open access journals. The journals oftentimes also require that we provide the data, the code, and so on. So it all goes in the right direction, but very slowly, and lots of stuff has been published in the past, and that's not available. So that's a real issue still. But I'm very happy about the question, and I think it's important.
Thank you. I think I got several warnings to wrap up. So probably we don't have much time to summarize the all the discussion we had, but I would like to thank keynote speaker Mr. Abdullah Moqsit for your keynote speech, and all the distinguished panelists for your insightful discussion related to this bridging science and technology for mountain resilience. I think we can continue after this. If you have any more questions, they will be around the tea or coffee break. Yeah. Thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, distinct panel members, and also thank you, Dr. Shrestha, for completing the session right on time. We don't have much time, therefore, without any further ado, I would like to move on to the final stage of our panel discussion, which is panel session, which is giving away the token of appreciation to our panel members. And to do so, I would like to request Mr. Ek Narayan Aryal, Chief Secretary of Government of Nepal, to kindly come up stage. Thank you, sir. Firstly, I would like to request Mr. Abdullah Moqsit to kindly step forward. Moving on, I would like to request Dr. Sangam Shrestha, our moderator, to kindly step forward. Moving ahead with our panel members, firstly I would like to request Ms. Vaiva Dhawan to kindly step forward. Likewise, I would like to request Mr. Madhav Karki to kindly step forward. Moving on, I would like to request Dr. Stefan to kindly step forward. Lastly, I would like to request Dr. Klaus to kindly step forward. Before we leave the stage, I would like to request all the panel members, keynote speaker, moderator with Chief Secretary to kindly stay back for the photo. Also requesting Maheshwar sir to kindly step forward for a picture together. Thank you, everybody. We will be joining back in this room for our roundtable discussion. At 4:45 sharp, we will see you then. Thank you so much.
सत्य, तथ्य, निष्पक्ष अनि खोजमूलक समाचारको साथमा एभरेस्ट न्यूज।